The student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the leader's you. Yeah, the story's changing and the leader's you. Welcome to the life at MSU.
My heart jumped all the way to my toes when I finally reached the huge MSU gate. For a hopeless romantic introvert like me, the first day of high school was both super scary and a little exciting. New year, new school, a whole new vibe. Would I make any friends here? Or maybe find love? Wait, what was I thinking? I worked so hard to get a scholarship to be here. I should focus on my studies, not boys. I quickly spotted my fellow freshmen gathered near the gate, all waiting for the tour to start. All right, Candy, this is it. We walked through the school hallway, and I was amazed by the surroundings. Everything was clean and neat, and I could even smell the natural scent of bamboo and flowers. The ambiance was peaceful. Despite the usual school noise, I could still hear the leaves rustling and the soft stream of water from the river. It would help a lot with studying. Suddenly, something caught my attention. Was that a squirrel wearing a freaking hoodie? Where did it even find those tiny clothes? I got distracted for 2 seconds, and when I blinked again, my tour group was gone. Oh my God, where did they go? I was about to break down in the middle of the way when a smooth voice sounded behind me.
Need some help? You look a little lost.
I spun around, and time completely froze when I found myself face to face with the most gorgeous guy I'd ever seen. He looked like he'd stepped out of a dream. Perfect hair, perfect smile, practically glowing like an angel. I swear, I felt like I was floating. Which I actually was, because I was this close to passing out. Before I hit the ground, his arm shot out, grabbing me by the waist, steadying me. And for a second, I felt like my heart stopped beating.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry about that. I was with the tour group with the new students, and we were on our way to the auditorium to, some orientation thing, and I lost them because I lost them. Brain, work with me here, please. He gave a small smile, and I swear the sun came out just to make him look even better.
Well, you're not far off. The auditorium's this way. I can walk you there if you'd like.
Oh my God, oh my God, you really don't have to. I don't want to waste your time and...
I insist.
But...
Please.
Okay. He started walking, and I followed him like a lost and completely mesmerized kitten, sneaking glances at him every few steps. Is this really happening? A cute guy is helping me? How did I get this lucky on my first day? Is this fate? Are we gonna date later on? Is he gonna be my first love? My first boyfriend? My future husband?
Here you go.
Huh?
We're here. The auditorium. And I think the freshman orientation is about to start.
Oh, right. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm happy to help. Anytime.
He then reached into his pocket and pulled out something small.
Here. A little good luck for your first day.
A candy? I stared at it like he'd just handed me a diamond. I swear I will never eat this. This candy is sacred now. I'm keeping it forever. Maybe I'll even build a shrine for it. Oh, thank you for this. This looks sweet. I mean, this is a candy, right?
Good luck!
I just stood there, frozen, clutching my new good luck charm. By the time I snapped out of it, he was already gone. Panicking, I took a few steps forward, scanning the crowd. Where did he go? I should have at least gotten his name. Soon enough, the ceremony wrapped up, and I followed my fellow freshmen toward our building, my eyes darting around like I was on a secret mission to spot my crush. When we finally got to our homeroom class, I headed straight to the back. I then glanced at my seatmate, only to find her glaring at me. She's really pretty, but she looks like a meanie. What was her problem? Do I know her? Did I accidentally steal her seat or something? She kept up the death glares all through our next classes without saying a single word, and it was driving my paranoid butt crazy. By lunchtime, I was on edge, so I slipped into the cafeteria, found a quiet corner, and started eating, hoping she'd forget I existed. Just then, someone slammed a tray down right across from me. I looked up to see none other than her.
Mind if I sit here?
She sat down right next to me, staring at me like I was her next meal. Yeah, sure. I mean, it wasn't like she gave me much of a choice.
Oh, so you do talk. Thought you were mute or something. I'm Trixie, by the way.
You're not mad at me?
What do you mean?
You kept glaring at me all day.
Oh, sorry about that. That's just my resting witch face. But hey, maybe I do want to eat you alive. You look like a cute little candy.
Funny you say that. My name is actually Candy.
Wait, let me guess. Your last name is Crush?
I laughed, and just like that, all the awkwardness melted away. I usually have a hard time making friends because I was always scared to make the first move. But Trixie and I clicked instantly. It felt like I'd won the friends lottery on my first day. I guessed my lucky charm was already working. And as an introvert, one solid friend was all I needed. Soon enough, we were already talking about our crushes and dark secrets.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Trixie, it's only been a week.
So what? The lower campus is filled with hot nerds and athletes. You could collect at least 5 crushes in an hour.
I assume you already have one?
Oh, please, I'm already eyeing one, just testing the waters to see if he's just a crush of the day material or, crush to marry potential. Like I told you, I easily lose interest if they crush me back. It just gets boring after that. I'll spill the details once I'm sure about him. How about you?
Well, there's this one guy. I continued to tell her about my encounter with Mr. Nice Guy, complete with all the details, and she started screaming.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
Hey, let's take it easy, okay? It's just a harmless little crush, and who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
But telling Trixie about him was a huge mistake. She immediately spilled it to Cass, the ridiculously gorgeous, effortlessly classy girl sitting on her other side in class. Yes, that one that looked like a princess.
Hey, Cass, guess what? Our girl Candy here is crushing on some cute guy on our first day of school, but she hasn't seen him since. Want to help us hunt him down? We need more woman power.
That's adorable. So what's he like? Did you at least get his name?
To my surprise, Cass didn't laugh, roll her eyes, or get up and leave to call her driver or something.
Unfortunately, no. Candy here is a total amateur. Like, she's already planned their wedding, but she forgot step 1, basic introductions. That's why she needs our help.
I'm in.
Ugh, this is so embarrassing. Thankfully, Cass was busy babysitting her little sister over at the grade school campus in between our classes, so she wasn't all up in this drama. Meanwhile, Trixie was out here trying like her life depended on it. Every day, she'd literally drag me around campus, turning every walk into a full-on stakeout. We'd scan buildings, gardens, and parks, peeking around corners like wannabe detectives trying to find a freaking serial killer. Then one day, we finally spotted him. He was tall, standing by the fountain with the same blue hoodie I'd mentioned he'd wore the first day.
That's him. Go say something.
Before I could even think, she suddenly shoved me towards the guy, catching him completely off guard. My heart was racing as he slowly turned around, only to reveal a face that was the exact opposite of what I remembered.
Whoa, back off, baby girl. You're not my type.
The audacity of you to say that with a face like that, you ugly, delusional lobster cracker.
Trixie, calm down. Maybe he's just going through something. Sorry about that. We just mistook you for someone else.
What a lame excuse just to get my attention.
Trixie was ready to go full berserk. But before she could pounce at him, I yanked her away. After we escaped the crime scene, a depressing thought hit me like a truck. What if he's actually from the upper campus? Just thinking he might be someone super rich makes my heart sink. If that's true, then he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
Trixie was so determined to find him without even knowing his name or what he looked like. One time, she even collected cute guys and made them line up in front of me. Jesus, Trixie, what are you doing?
Is this him?
No,
Okay, move. How about this cutie?
no, please, stop this. I don't think he's here.
Are you sure?
Yes, jeez, you're embarrassing me.
All right, boys, bounce away.
Later that day, during history class, she was still onto it.
I swear, if I have to keep staring at Mr. Olden's prehistoric dentures, I'm gonna pass out.
Shh, behave. Remember, he could see and hear everything.
Whatever. Why don't you sketch your crush for me? At least I would have a clearer picture of who we're looking for.
She was actually serious about ditching class just to hunt Mr. Nice Guy down. And knowing her, at this point, she'd really do it. Eventually, I found myself giving in. But unfortunately, art isn't my thing. I showed her my sketch, and she suddenly snorted in laughter. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over us. We both looked up to see Mr. Olden glaring down with his infamous squinty-eyed stare, one hand gripping his ancient cane. He looked older than time itself, but somehow built like a tank. He leaned forward, close enough that I could count the wrinkles on his forehead.
So, you two think my class is a comedy show, eh? You know, I've been teaching since the dinosaurs roamed the earth, seen your kind come and go, and none of them made it out unscathed after disrupting my class.
I felt like pooping from the nervousness. The whole class had gone dead silent as he suddenly straightened up with a loud crack of his spine, then effortlessly hoisted the nearest desk into the air with one hand.
Next time, I might just lift you two for a little history lesson on manners.
Sorry, Mr. Olden. Candy here was just showing me ancient drawings for historical purposes.
Oh.
Thankfully, he eventually calmed down and continued his lesson. Days have passed, and still, I haven't bumped into Mr. Nice Guy again. Maybe he was just some random outsider. Or maybe he was indeed from the upper campus. I started hanging out at the big central library where both campuses mix, hoping for a chance encounter. And just as I pulled out a book from a shelf, my world suddenly stopped when a familiar face suddenly appeared from the other side. It's him, my Mr. Nice Guy. I just stood there, totally frozen, staring at him with my heart pounding like crazy. But as his eyes lifted, I panicked and dropped down, hiding behind a book like it had the power to turn me invisible. After finally calming down, I slowly stood up and peeked around the other side of the shelf, but he was already gone. And it was both relieving and disappointing at the same time. The next morning, as I walked through the school gate, a familiar little flutter filled my chest. I glanced back, and there he was again, just a few steps behind me. Oh my freaking God! My heart practically backflipped out of my chest. I could feel each of his steps getting closer, and soon we ended up side by side. I could barely breathe, trying to act normal, only to end up walking like a limping dog. From the corner of my eye, I could feel just how tall and handsome he was. Every step was pure torture, in the best way possible. I finally managed to breathe normally again when he changed direction and headed into the sophomore building. So, he's a sophomore, huh? Later, I told Trixie all about it, and of course, she was immediately scheming.
Let's go check out the sophomore building. Come on, he could still be around.
We lurked into the lobby, trying to look casual. A few minutes later, Trixie went to the restroom, and I was left yawning next to my all-nighter study session. Coffee was calling my name, and thank heavens, a cute little vending machine was right there waiting for me. Just as I shuffled over, an unexpected thing happened again. There he was, right next to me. Holy goodness, why does he keep popping up out of nowhere? He could at least give a poor innocent girl some warning. With a trembling hand, I reached for the button, but he beat me to it.
You go first.
No, it's fine. You go ahead.
Please, I insist.
My mind was racing. I could ask his name, maybe mention that I still had the candy he'd given me. But my courage totally bailed on me. Come on, Candy, you've got this. I took a deep breath, preparing to say something, anything. But he'd already disappeared down the hall. But what about his coffee? Just in time, Trixie returned, her eyes lighting up.
OMG, guess what? I had the cutest moment with my crush in the hallway.
Is this the same crush you told me about last time? I wish I'd seen it.
I'll point him out to you next time I see him.
Okay. Anyway, while you were off having your rom-com moment, I kinda had a cute encounter with my own crush at the vending machine.
While I was away? How rude. How did I miss that? Did you at least take a picture of him?
No. It's not exactly nice to take photos without permission, you know?
Okay, but what if you, took a selfie and just accidentally got him in the background?
Trixie's idea came in handy later in the cafeteria during lunch, because the moment she got up to grab more food, I saw Mr. Nice Guy pass by again. I quickly lifted my phone, pretending to take a selfie, and managed to catch him in the background. Trixie, look! I finally caught him! Her eyes went wide, excitement all over her face. But then, strangely, her expression shifted.
Oh, good for you.
That was weird. For the next few hours, Trixie seemed distant until finally she excused herself to leave early. I watched her go, wondering what exactly ruined her mood. I spent the rest of the evening obsessing over the picture I took. He's so handsome and cute. I was grinning like an idiot, replaying every fantasy in my head while playing with the candy, and eventually falling asleep with my phone clutched in my hand. His face, the last thing I saw before drifting off to dreamland. The next day, Trixie didn't go to school. She'd mentioned she was sick, but her replies to my messages were short. I kept thinking how weird her replies were, and the realization hit me like a freight train. What if we actually have the same crush? They both were in the sophomore lobby that day. The thought made my stomach twist. Trixie still hadn't come to school for a few more days, and I was really worried now. Cass told me she saw her at MSH hospital. It turned out she was sick enough to be admitted. I decided to skip our last class to check on her. I hopped on the school bus and told the driver to drop me off at the hospital. After showing my visitation card to the information desk, they gave me Trixie's hospital room number. As I made my way to the door, a nurse came out of the room, and I caught a glimpse of a sight that shattered my world to pieces. Mr. Nice Guy was sitting by her bedside, taking care of her. So, we were indeed sharing the same crush all this time. Hurt and confused, I turned around and ran back to the elevator. Alone inside, I fought the tears from spilling out of my eyes. When the elevator slid open, I hurried out and accidentally bumped into some guy. Sorry, I needed to be anywhere but there. The next day was the weekend, and I spent it sulking, replaying that scene in my head over and over. I ignored Trixie's texts, especially the one asking why I'd left so quickly when I'd come to visit her. I didn't know what to say, or how to explain the pain in my chest that I didn't even fully understand. Monday came, and I went to school early just to clear my head and nurse my broken heart a little bit more before facing Trixie.
Hello, Candy to Earth.
I blinked my eyes and looked up to see her. Trixie. Sorry, I was just daydreaming. How are you feeling?
All better now. I tend to get sick easily. I know it doesn't match with my strong attitude and demoness face. Anyways, Candy, I have something to confess. Please don't be mad, okay?
I already know, Trixie. Your crush, he visited you at the hospital.
Wait, how did you know he visited me?
Look, I get it. If he likes you, I understand. You're prettier and more charming than I'll ever be, so it only makes sense. As I rambled on, her expression shifted. She suddenly grabbed her phone and dialed a number.
Get over here now. I don't care what you're doing.
Not even a few minutes later, the most unexpected person suddenly showed up, looking a bit confused and slightly out of breath.
Hey, why are you crying?
Why does he look so worried about me?
Okay, confession time. This guy's name is Drew, and newsflash, he's my brother.
Huh?
This guy, your crush, Mr. Nice Guy, is my brother, and his name is Drew. Drew, Mr. Nice Guy, your crush, my brother. Is that clear enough for you now?
Wait, what? You never mentioned to me that you have a brother? We've been friends for months.
I've literally told you like 23 times by now, but you were always too busy studying or, obsessing over your crush who just happens to be him too.
I froze, trying to process what she just said.
The reason I didn't say anything earlier was because as your protective and very pretty best friend, I wanted to make sure that he was serious about whoever he was crushing on at school. He mentioned he had a crush, but didn't give me details. Then last weekend, I caught him scrolling through your Instagram. He already knew we were best friends, but was too shy to tell you.
He knew? All this time? Trixie smirked and gave her brother a little shove toward me.
He just got a little too shy, but trust me, I've been pushing him to confess since he's the guy here.
Wait, so who was your crush that visited you?
That's a story for another time. Right now, you better do this right, bro.
With that, she walked off, leaving me alone with Drew. I fiddled with my fingers, sneaking glances at him, waiting for him to make the first move. Please, say something. Soon enough, he finally cleared his throat.
Sorry about my sister. She can be kinda intense sometimes.
Intense, right. You're right. She's indeed intense. Another stretch of silence fell over us, and I found myself awkwardly staring at the river. After a bit of shuffling, he sat down beside me, but there was a good 2 inches between us, like he was trying not to get too close. I glanced over, catching him looking at me, and he quickly looked away. He took a deep breath, staring down at his hands.
I'm sorry. I don't really know how to do this.
Do what, exactly?
This romance thing.
Me too. This is my first time.
I actually like you. Since the first time I saw you.
You liked me? Like, since the beginning?
Every time I saw you on campus, I didn't know what to say. I tried to act cool, but I just felt like melting because you're just too cute.
Me? Cute? He then inched closer, and eventually our hands brushed. The little spark that shot through me made me dizzy.
Is it okay if I hold your hand?
I nodded, hardly able to breathe as he gently took my hand in his.
You've got soft hands. And cute nails.
Oh, God help me. I felt like an ice cream cone fresh out of the freezer right now. Melting fast and hard. I still have that candy you gave me. I took it from my wallet and showed it to him.
You kept it?
I kinda thought of it as my lucky charm. The way he smiled at me as I said that sent another army of butterflies in my tummy.
Wait, how about...
He was looking at my lips. Is he gonna kiss me? Oh my God. After holding hands, kissing is usually the next step, right? The anticipation is killing me. My heart was racing so fast, I thought it might just stop. I wanted to scream. But instead, when a gentle squeeze on my hand snapped me out of it.
Candy? Are you okay? Here, you can have the other half.
Oh! Thank you! Wow, this is so good. So, you like sweet stuff, huh?
Yeah, I like sweets. I know this cafe in town. I mean, I'd like to get to know more about you. Well, would you like to go on a date with me this weekend?
Of course. First step to romance, first date. We both laughed, and suddenly, everything didn't feel so tense anymore. I felt his fingers intertwining mine. And I felt the sweetness, sweeter than the candy melting in my heart. I couldn't wait for our first date of thousands more to come.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet. Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here. As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her. Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too? Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse. I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night. Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes. I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you going to do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what. But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party. You little rascals! Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene. I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool! Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket. For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay. And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them. Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading? Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad. I'm sure you'll be better than me, and every wealthy man in this land, my child. He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend. Really? Tell me. He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes. Yes, we fight back, the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do...
bad things no matter what? I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people. Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up. Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her. Is that for me? Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie. Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us. Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder. My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her. Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever. Are you mad? Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends. Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that? What do you mean? Can I hold your hand? No. I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too? Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone. I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on. You have plenty of time now. I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction. All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl. Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me. Duke, she cares about you. Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone. But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other. I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now. Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something? Shut up, Harper. Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie. I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend. What? I said, I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend. Since when do you have a girlfriend? Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business. Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross. Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime. Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him. I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back. Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk. How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town? Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy! Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons. What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station. Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office. You're free to go. I've taken care of everything. Huh? What do you mean? I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison. What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me. Because I need you. What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk. Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it. I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right. I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems. Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it. Do I look like a clown to you? How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not? Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family. But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway. I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow. What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you. There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt. Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it. I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this. Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her. Hey, what are you doing here? Wait, Nat, are you crying? Tell me what's wrong. She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything. Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you. He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own. But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse. Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now. But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job. What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice. Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not. Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it? Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever. Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition. What is it?
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the wall. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. A student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the light that ends you, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of a story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Okay, deep breath, Audrey. This is it. First day as a freshman at my dream school, the place everyone spends their whole life trying to get into. For kids like me, who can't even dream of affording the tuition, there's only one option. Grind like your life depends on it. I don't have any special talents to get a sponsor. It's just my brains, coffee, and a very unhealthy relationship with practice tests. And the grind paid off. I made it through ultra hard mode, the entrance exam.
Welcome to My Story University, also known as MSU. This place isn't just a world-class institution. It's a living campus of scholars, athletes, and artists from every walk of life. Some of you got here through hard work and exams, others through sponsorships, scholarships, or family legacy. But no matter how you arrived, one thing is true. You're here now, standing at the start of something extraordinary. To be here means you've made it through one of the toughest selection processes in the country, or at least convinced your parents to pay for it. Either way, you've earned this moment. So take a breath, look around you, because from the moment you pass through this gate, your story begins.
Wow, just listening to her made me feel so excited. Just then, the student beside her stepped forward, literally bouncing on her toes. She's probably one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen.
Hi, freshmen! Welcome to MSU! I'm Anya, sophomore, event planner, and your official chaos guide for today. All right, before anything else, keep your brand new ID close. It's your golden ticket. Tap it on the scanner at the first gate, add a fingerprint check, and boom, you're officially inside MSU. Very spy movie, I know. Now, everyone form lines. Trust me, once you scan in, the real MSU magic begins.
Lines formed in no time as students started to pass through the entrance gate. I was grinning from ear to ear when someone hit me from behind. I stumbled forward and turned, glaring at whoever just ruined my perfect moment. And that's when I saw him, a tall guy with broad shoulders and messy hair that looked annoyingly good, like he woke up and the wind just styled it for him. And of course, handsome. Sports drama poster handsome.
My bad. Didn't think you'd stop dead in the middle of the line just to admire the scanner.
I narrowed my eyes at him. Perfect. 2 minutes into MSU, and I've already run into Mr. Sponsored Athlete with a smug grin. He chuckled, clearly not offended. In fact, he looked way too entertained.
Only an entrance exam kid would call me that with a straight face.
Entrance exam kid? Like it was stamped on my forehead? Don't worry. I'm sure your sponsors didn't pick you for your brains either.
Okay, fair. You've got bite. I'm sticking with you.
Please don't.
Excuse me. Flirting's cute and all, but can you scoot? My first crush just walked through the gate, and I am not missing this.
My face instantly went tomato mode.
Relax. We'll let you chase true love. Ladies first.
Thank you.
Thank God she swapped places with Mr. Sponsored Athlete. I was able to focus again. Then it was my turn. I stepped up to the scanner, swiped my ID, pressed my fingertip, and the gates slid open. A security guard by the arch tipped his cap at me, smiling like he'd been waiting all morning just to say this.
Welcome to MSU. Big day, huh? You're gonna love what's waiting on the other side.
I gave him a smile as I walked toward the side entrance, and my breath hitches as I stared at what I can only describe as a dreamlike paradise. Rows of cherry blossom trees arched overhead, petals drifting like pink snow across a stone bridge that seemed to glow in the sunlight. Students slowed down, phones snapping, voices hushed, like we'd all walked into some dream sequence. So this is the famous Blossom Bridge of MSU. This was the kind of moment you wanted to bottle up forever, the kind that made every sleepless night, every exam, every meltdown feel worth it. I clutched my pamphlet tighter, grinning without even meaning to. For a second, everything felt perfect.
Beautiful, right? You'll see this every day on your walk to school. Okay, now on to important people. Introducing our student council president and vice president.
The student council president looked intense, posture straight, sharp eyes scanning the crowd, practically glowing with authority. Meanwhile, the vice president had this cheerful, approachable vibe, like the type who'd hand out snacks during finals week.
Welcome to My Story University. You should all be proud because earning your place here is no small achievement. But pride alone will not carry you. MSU demands discipline, excellence, and respect. Your time here will test not only your abilities, but your character. Remember that.
The air went heavy. Students straightened their backs like we'd just been drafted into the military. My grin slipped into something closer to panic.
Don't let him scare you too much. Yes, MSU is prestigious. Yes, it's challenging, but it's also where you'll find friends, discover passions, and create memories you'll never forget.
The tension broke instantly, and I felt my shoulder relax.
To help with that, we have a special event for the whole day. You may form your own groups, but if you're too shy, we'll group you. Like, for example,
Her eyes swept the crowd and then landed right on me.
her perfect couple here.
My eyes went wide. Perfect couple? Me? With who? I glanced sideways and saw Mr. Sponsored Athlete standing way too close to me. He grinned at me.
Told you. I'm sticking by you. I'm Tyler. And you?
Before I could roast him, a camera shutter snapped. A boy popped out of nowhere with a massive camera, already crouching like he was shooting for National Geographic.
Yes, that's the shot! You two are like campus power couple material. Vogue cover, MSU edition. Don't mind me, just documenting history. I'm Jaden, future photography club icon, and future sponsored legend. Once the universe wakes up. I mean, come on! Sponsors don't just fall from the sky, but these shots? Portfolio gold! So yeah, I'm grouping with you two. No debates. Lighting's immaculate, chemistry's insane. Ooh, you're literally my muses now!
Ugh, holy pachoochie! I almost went to heaven studying hard day and night to enter MSU, and I ended up with a smug boy and shutter weirdo as my group on my first day? Ugh, pray for me. We went to the school auditorium, and I was stuck between my team. The ceremony kicked off with the basics about the school system and classes.
Freshmen, it is my honor to present the man who not only leads this university, but built it into what it is today. The owner and president of My Story University, Mr. Lucian Valcorin.
The hall erupted into applause. A spotlight cut through the room as Mr. Lucian stepped onto the stage. Tall, broad-shouldered, every detail immaculate, a dark, tailored suit, and an aura so strong it silenced the room the moment he looked at us. Handsome, almost too handsome, in that untouchable, dangerous way.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely a vampire businessman.
He wasn't wrong. A deep, velvety voice filled the room, sending a chill down my spine.
Welcome, my dear freshmen, to My Story University. Here at MSU, we aim to shape you into the best versions of yourselves. Our university is more than just a campus. It's a community, one you may never want to leave.
His lips curled into a smile, teeth just a little too sharp.
We're currently expanding MSU's reach by adding classrooms right by our beloved cemetery. And soon, we'll be bringing MSU to the moon.
Oh, wait, what? Did I hear that right? Heads whipped around. Murmurs rippled through the hall.
Just kidding. I was only trying to wake you up. Some of you looked like you were about to fall asleep.
The tension broke into nervous laughter. A few students even clapped in relief. Then his gaze sharpened again, sweeping across the crowd.
Now, before your studies begin, there is a tradition every freshman must take part in, the Freshman Quest. For the whole day, you will explore this campus, facing challenges of the mind, body, and spirit. It's not about victory, it's about growth. That is what My Story University stands for. Each choice you make, each lesson you carry, forges a new page in your story. Do not forget, today marks the beginning of your journey toward success. This is where your legacy begins.
The hall erupted in genuine applause, excitement buzzing like static in the air.
Thank you, President Lucia. Freshmen, your orientation continues with the first phase of your freshman quest. Your initial challenge awaits inside the Grand Library.
Grand Library? Totally my thing! Students buzzed with excitement, groups already chattering about strategies. I adjusted my bag and straightened my stuff, ready to dive in. Except, of course, I wasn't alone.
Bet you're dying to boss us around already.
Boss you around? Why would I?
I mean, I saw your notes. You scream perfectionist.
Oh, I gasped, because I totally was. Wow, rude. I would not call it bossing around. I'm leading our group.
Yes, boss.
Why, you...
Perfect! Tension, drama, I love it! This quest is practically a reality show.
Ah!
Welcome to MSU's Grand Library. Now, for your challenge, decode the riddle, find the hidden phrase within the library, and present it to the librarian's desk. You only have an hour. The ones who will solve it by the given time will be rewarded by MSU prestige points.
The room erupted into murmurs as groups crowded around the pedestal. I leaned in, scanning the parchment, my brain already piecing it together. Guardians of the word, keepers of time. Knowledge is locked in order and rhyme. Seek the author whose name holds 3 on the second floor, row 63. Next, take the tome of silver spine, 5th from the top where the lamps still shine. Last, find the scholar who never wrote. His number alone keeps wisdom afloat. Bring them together, letters align. Reveal the message hidden by design. Yeah, that wasn't a riddle. That was a boss fight in poem form. Other groups started discussing right there. Some already arguing over what the poem even meant, and some I knew from one look, our competition. If I wanted to win, I needed to focus. I dragged Smut Boy and Shutter Weirdo to a quiet corner. No way I was letting the entire freshman class eavesdrop on my strategy meeting. Okay, listen, we're not solving this in the middle of the stampede. Everyone's confused, which means we can get ahead if you two actually listen for once.
Love the confidence. Totally giving team captain energy.
Yes! Secret strategy meeting! Love it!
Focus! The first clue points to authors with 3-letter last names. Second floor, row 63. Tyler, that's your job. You can climb faster. The second clue is a silver-spined book, 5th from the top, near the lampposts. Jaden, you can handle that. And the last clue, the scholar who never wrote, that's a call number with no listed author. Reference section. That one's mine.
Yes, boss.
I rolled my eyes. Come on, chop chop! Tyler sprints up the second floor like a man on a mission. Jaden hops onto the ladder and zooms across the shelves dramatically.
Guess.
I nearly choked. Why is he like this? He came back with the books and lined them up. As soon as I arranged them correctly, the secret phrase appears. Welcome, story makers. See? Genius. First place was practically ours.
Whoa, okay, that was genius.
Brainy main character energy. Love it. Pose with the books? Yes, perfect.
Save it. We need to move. But then, Jaden bumps into the table, and the silver-spined book slipped from the pile. Tyler lunged to grab it, but he crashed straight into Jaden. And boom, camera bag exploded. Several things cluttered, and Tyler scrambled after it like this was a sports drill. Jaden literally dived onto the floor.
Not the lens!
And 2 nearby groups tripped over the mess. It's absolute chaos in just 3 seconds.
Okay. Not my smoothest save.
Oh, come on! We scrambled through the mess of Jaden's stuff, books, and people. My heart raced as I dug for our pile, panic setting in. By the time I dragged both the guys and the books to the librarian's desk, another group was already standing there with the answer.
Group 12, first place. Group 14, close behind.
The crowd applauded while Tyler and Jaden looked so proud. And me? I am not even the slightest happy. Close behind? Second place? We should have won, thanks to Dumber and Dumber here.
Relax, boss. It's not losing. It's character development.
Character development? I don't need character development. I need first place. Holy Pachuchi. So much for my first day at MSU. Students would remember me as a viral TikTok sound waiting to happen. The next quest, art challenge. I hid behind my map like it was a security blanket, trying to block out the stairs. And of course, Tyler and Jaden were crackling like hyenas behind me. Apparently, my rage and humiliation are their new favorite hobby. We finally stopped in front of the art building. Its glass doors framed with colorful murals painted by past students. Anya bounced ahead of us, waving both arms like she owned the place.
Welcome, freshmen! This is MSU's art building, one of my absolute favorites. We've got cozy rooms for solo artists who like to brood, and big studios for collabs or group lessons. You can make anything here. Painting, sculpture, digital art, photography, even the weird experimental stuff. And right in the center of MSU, our pride and joy, the Art Museum. Only truly extraordinary work gets displayed there. If your piece makes it in, trust me, people remember you forever. Check it out later if you're curious.
Jaden practically vibrated beside me. He's looking like he'd found religion.
Oh, this is it. This is fate. My portfolio is gonna hang in that museum. Center stage, spotlight, destiny.
The doors swung open, and someone came out, a woman in a paint-splattered apron and the most colorful outfit I'd ever seen, like a walking rainbow with glitter on top. Her hair was bright orange and curly, the pencil tucked behind her ear, and she had the kind of energy that made you want to burst into one of those children's songs about how the world is colorful and so am I, while spinning in a field of flowers.
Hello, my little masterpieces! I am Orla, and today you're going to discover that art is not just what you make, it's who you are. Prepare to laugh, prepare to cry, and most importantly, prepare to get paint absolutely everywhere. Your challenge is simple, yet profound. Each group gets one canvas. Together, you must create your very own team mascot. It can be anything. Bold, wild, ridiculous, iconic. Don't play it safe. Safe is boring. And in art, boring is the only true failure.
Boring is totally not my thing.
Holy Pachuchi, just looking at my teammates made me nervous. The canvases were passed out, brushes clattered onto the tables, and the room instantly filled with chatter and the smell of wet paint. The 3 of us stared at the big blank canvas in front of us. All right, here's the plan. 1 canvas, 1 mascot. I'll sketch something smart and symbolic, then we'll discuss colors later.
Yes, boss.
It took me a while to create a pencil drawing of our mascot, and I was actually satisfied with it. Okay, for the colors. Tyler just dunked a brush into the paint like it was a soup spoon.
This mascot needs fire.
Boom!
He slapped a massive red streak across my careful outline, and I nearly had a conniption.
If there's fire, it needs protection and something cool.
He added giant sunglasses, random accessories, and a ridiculous grin. Tyler started laughing, and Jaden doubled over with him. They continued drawing silly things, and I just can't. My drawing! Our symbolic creature looked like Memezilla on spring break.
Look at his arms. He's jacked. Wait, he needs a Gucci belt.
I snorted a tiny giggle, then clamped my hands over my mouth. No, Audrey, don't encourage them. Stay strong. My eyes caught the team near us, and holy Pachuchi, they looked so artsy and serene, like they'd been born holding paintbrushes, and their mascot was a masterpiece.
Relax, boss. Ours has flavor.
Jaden added glitter to the sunglasses and posed proudly.
And style.
don't forget style.
They just kept laughing while I was practically combusting on the spot. I stared blankly at my pamphlet, now all wrinkled, like how I feel on the inside. Years of grinding. I ended like this. Day 1 of my dream school, and instead of rising to the top, I was sinking fast. Tyler approaches, hands still in pockets, still grinning. Jaden lingers a few steps behind, camera lowered for once.
So, this is where you host your dramatic breakdowns?
I'm not breaking down. I'm just frustrated.
Yeah, no kidding. You nearly bit my head off in front of the entire art building.
Because you won't take anything seriously! Tyler's grin faltered, his voice cutting sharper than usual.
And you take everything too seriously. Newsflash, boss. It's supposed to be fun.
My chest tightened. I shot to my feet, clutching the pamphlet like it might keep me steady. Fun doesn't win. I worked my whole life to get here, and now I'm stuck with 2 clowns dragging me down! Tyler's eyes narrowed, his arms crossing.
Maybe the problem isn't us. Maybe it's you who are so obsessed with being perfect. You forget this isn't just your request.
The words hit harder than I expected, and heat rushed to my face. I didn't have a comeback, not one that wouldn't make it worse. So I spun on my heel and stormed off, leaving both of them in silence behind me. I went behind the school crying, for a variety of reasons, but mostly I feel bad about lashing out at Tyler. He's right. This is supposed to be a fun event. I should let go of the tension and exhaustion from all that studying for years to get here. I need to apologize later, sincerely. Then maybe we can actually enjoy today's event together. But then, later came, and the tension was still thick between me and Tyler. Jaden was caught in the middle, throwing out jokes, trying to lighten the mood, but it's not working. I gave Jaden an apologetic smile, and he just grinned back and mouthed, "Don't worry, it's cool." Then I glanced at Tyler. My stomach twisted immediately. Come on, Audrey, just open your mouth and say you're sorry.
Attention, students.
I lost my chance to say something as 2 teachers walked in. The female teacher looked like she just walked out of a drama poster. Long, straight black hair, sharp eyes that could probably see straight through you. Beautiful, but terrifying. The type who made you sit up straighter without even realizing it. The male teacher was her complete opposite. All smiles. Tall, broad-shouldered guy in a tracksuit, whistle hanging from his neck. He had that athletic dad energy. Warm smile, easy laugh. The kind of teacher who'd crack a joke right before making you run 10 laps.
Settle down. This is your final challenge.
Oh yeah! Time to see if you've got brains and brawn. Don't worry, kids. Only a little pain is involved.
Good afternoon, freshmen. I am Ms. Hoshino, your instructor for logic and strategy. I also teach mathematics. This is Coach Ramirez, head of physical education.
But you can just call me Coach R. Easier to shout across the field. All right, final challenge. Brain power, muscle power, team power. If you don't work as a team, you're gonna eat dirt. Let's see what you've got.
I gulped. Our team isn't exactly working right now. I am so gonna eat dirt.
There are 3 rounds. Listen well.
Assistant stepped forward, holding sealed envelopes with different colors.
Your final challenge will test perception, reasoning, and endurance. Round 1, a visual puzzle. Each group will receive an image cut into fragments. Your task is to reconstruct it correctly. Only then will you move to round 2. Round 2 is a logic puzzle, a riddle requiring critical thinking. Solve it, and you advance to the final round.
Round 3 is simple. A long-distance run to the finish line. 1 runner per team. Fastest across wins.
The assistants dropped the first envelope on our table. Tyler ripped it open, spilling a dozen oddly shaped scraps of glossy paper across the surface.
Ooh, puzzle pieces. My time has come to shine.
It's not just a jigsaw. Look, the edges don't even match.
Please, I've spent years framing shots and lining up angles. This is basically Photoshop, but in real life.
His hands moved fast, rotating pieces, sliding them into place. Tyler and I tried to follow, but he was already halfway there before we could blink.
Not gonna lie, he's kinda cracked at this.
A few final clicks, and Jaden smoothed the last piece into place. The image formed into the blossom bridge in full bloom, glowing under a spring sky.
And that's how you turn chaos into art. Done!
Miss Hoshino stepped over, gave a curt nod, and handed us the second envelope.
Well done. Proceed to the logic round.
Tyler slid the second envelope across the table. My fingers hesitated for half a second before I tore it open. Inside was a folded card with a riddle written in elegant script. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with air. What am I? Tyler frowned, scratching his head.
A ghost?
No. It's obviously the voice of artistic inspiration. Duh.
I roll my eyes. Cute guess, but no, it's an echo. I scribbled the answer quickly onto the card and rang the bell. Miss Hoshino raised her eyebrow, a faint smile on her lips.
Correct. You may proceed.
Tyler leaned back with a smirk, but there was still an edge to it, not his usual playful grin.
Knew you'd have it. Boss Brain saves the day again.
My smile faded, and I looked down at my hands, guilt twisting in my stomach. He was trying to make it sound like a joke, but it only reminded me of how harshly I'd snapped at him earlier. I wanted to say something, anything, but my throat closed up. The tension between us was thick enough to choke on. Jaden, desperate to cut it, slung an arm around both our shoulders with a grin.
Okay. Logic done. Art King wins again. Now we pass the baton to our athlete, yeah?
All runners to the field. This is your last leg. Finish strong.
We moved toward the track, but my stomach churned. I felt dizzy, but I managed to hold myself up and forced myself to walk. The teams lined up on the athletics field, the track stretching out in front of us like it went on forever. Tyler bounced on his heels, loosening his shoulders. Jaden adjusted his camera, already trying to get action shots. I stood off to the side, but my vision swam. The skipped lunch, the stress, it all caught up at once. The whistle blew just as my knees buckled. The world tilted and I stumbled forward, but Jaden caught me just in time.
Audrey!
Tyler was instantly there, crouching down, his usual smirk gone.
Hey, what's wrong?
I blinked my eyes as I shook my head, feeling embarrassed. I'm fine. Just skipped lunch. Dumb, I know.
Don't say that. Just hang in there. I'm gonna call a teacher.
I immediately grabbed his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. Tyler, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for yelling at you and ruining today. It's supposed to be fun. And you're right. I was so caught up in being perfect, I forgot we should enjoy today. Together. Tyler blinked at me, surprise flickering in his eyes. I swallowed hard, my voice cracking just a little. I really wanted to prove I belong here, and I took it out on you. I'm so sorry. For a moment, silence. Then Tyler's lips curved into a small, warm smile.
Hey, no problem. I've been yelled at worse during practice.
He ruffled my hair playfully, but assuringly.
Just rest. I'll handle this.
That's impossible. We're already way behind. Tyler glanced at the track, then back at me with that familiar glint in his eye.
Impossible? Nah, I'm a sponsored sports student, remember? I'm not called the wind of track and field for years for nothing.
Before I could protest, he stood up and winked at me, and then he ran. Not just fast, blazing. Passing team after team after team, the gap closing with every stride. He was the wind. I watched in awe as Jaden and the crowd roared. The whistle blew like a song as Tyler crossed the finish line. First place, chest heaving and a wide grin. My heart skipped, then thudded hard against my chest. Faster than his sprint. I didn't even notice Jaden raise his camera, capturing me in that moment with a quiet, knowing smile. The field erupted with cheers. Everything happened so fast, but also it felt like the world slowed down. Tyler jogged back to us with his wide grin.
How about that, boss? Did I make you proud?
I laughed. Are you kidding? That was freaking A! Jaden snapped away like we just made history. The day wasn't over. It was only the beginning. After an hour of rest, we were all assisted to the announcement board to see our class assignments, and there it was. My name, Tyler's, and Jaden's. Same class. They really had it out for me, huh?
We stepped into the classroom and instantly started bickering over seats. I wanted the front row, Tyler claimed the window, and Jaden tried to sit in the middle just to capture the tension from both sides. From there, the tour kicked off. The science laboratory was first. The second I walked in, my heart fluttered. Rows of microscopes, glass cabinets of specimens, lab coats hung neatly on racks. The air even smelled like potential. The gym was huge, a full-size court echoing with the sound of basketballs. Tyler's eyes lit up instantly. Just behind it was the sports field, and Tyler was in his element, high-fiving Coach R like they were old friends, and younger athletes chasing him as if they were already their hero. Jaden, he practically screamed when we reached the photography club room. He gasped so loud people turned, then begged the club president to let him live there forever. And from there, the day blurred into moments stitched together. And there's a lot more to explore. We walked leisurely on the Blossom Bridge at sunset, petals drifting around us. For once, I didn't feel like I had to walk fast. We laughed, and the sound felt lighter than it had all day. For the first time since stepping off that bus this morning, MSU didn't feel intimidating. It was alive. It's our school, where our journey begins. The sky deepened into twilight, and lanterns flickered to life one by one until the whole campus glowed like a magical realm. Booths lit up the central campus, the air filled with laughter, music, and the smell of food. This is just pure happiness. Freshman night has officially begun. Each of us was given an envelope with our very first MSU points. To use them, we just tapped our ID and fingerprint at every stall. Like magic money, we bounced from food stalls to game booths, Tyler somehow winning me a giant plush with one throw. He plopped it in my arms before I could argue.
Congrats, boss. You're a winner too.
Thanks. Soon, the lantern walk began. A glowing river of students weaving through campus and ended at the campfire. Flames leaping high into the night. Cheers echoed. Sparks danced skyward. For once, I wasn't stressing about perfection or plans, just living, and it felt good. The bonfire roared higher. Music drifted through the crowds as students paired off, some laughing, some swaying in clumsy circles. Tyler turned to me, his usual smirk, softer now.
Come on, boss. Dance with me.
My heart stuttered. 1,000 excuses buzzed on my tongue, but his hand was already out, waiting. Before I knew it, I was stepping into the circle, firelight flickering across his face as he pulled me close. The world felt smaller, warmer. We both turned. Jaden stood there behind his tripod, grinning like he just caught the cover of a magazine.
Perfect. Firelight, romance, history in the making.
Before either of us could protest, he barreled in and hugged us both, nearly knocking me off my feet.
I'm so glad it's you two. We're gonna make the next few years at MSU unforgettable.
We all burst out laughing, tangled in the world's messiest group hug. And for the first time that day, it didn't feel like chaos. It felt like home. MSU Freshman Quest. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't according to plan. But maybe that's the point. The best stories aren't flawless. They're unforgettable. This is My Story University, a place where ambition awakens, your dreams take shape, where passion becomes flame of purpose, where friendships deepen into lifelong bonds, and each moment becomes a page in the legacy only you can write.
Hi, I'm Toby from Chicago. Please, like and subscribe. I was born to the kindest people you'll ever meet. My dad owned a giant tech company, and we were wealthy, but my parents were always caring and generous, and taught me to be the same. When I was in the first grade, my parents took me to an amusement park for my birthday, and as we were leaving, I suddenly spotted a boy crying behind a bench. I realized it was Nathan from my class. He was a giant bully, but I couldn't just leave him there. Hey, Nathan, are you lost? Let me help you. My parents and I searched for his parents all over the giant park and finally found them after 2 hours. And it turned out that Nathan's dad was my dad's biggest business rival. His parents didn't even thank us and just took him away. Rude. I thought after what happened though, maybe Nathan and I could be friends. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when he suddenly pinned me against the wall. If you tell anyone you saw me crying, I will deal with you. Do you get me? I won't. But how about you stop being a jerk to me? Why? I still don't like your face. He pulled my bag and threw it across the hall, sending my things flying everywhere as he laughed and ran away. And things never got better. He kept being a jerk, and my revenge was beating him in both studies and sports. And everyone else at school really liked me, but I always tried to be kind and helpful. Once in 8th grade, I was helping our driver wash the cars when I noticed something heartbreaking at the gate. It was a girl my age, searching the trash for food. I walked up to her, but suddenly she dashed away like a cheetah. Oh, wait, come back! I don't want to hurt you! But she was so fast, I couldn't keep up. We have lots of food in the house! Even cakes! I'll get you some! She stopped immediately, then slowly walked back to me. Cakes? When I told my parents about her, they immediately invited her for lunch. Her name was Jessica, and she gobbled down her food like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Jessica started coming to our house every day after that. She never talked about her family, and whenever I asked, she got moody, so I dropped it. One day, we were having lunch when we heard a loud knock on the door, and seconds later, a huge man barged into the dining room. Jessica, it's time to go home. Hey, I don't know who you are, but it looks like she doesn't want to go with you. I'm her father, and I don't need your charity. Stay away from my child. Jessica, we're leaving, now! She crept out and he led her away, and she didn't come again. My parents and I were really upset, and we contacted Child Services to try to track Jessica down, and it turned out that her father was a wanted criminal. He was arrested soon after that and was sent to jail, while Jessica ended up with some nice foster parents, who even enrolled her in my school. Hey, I'm really sorry about your dad.
It's okay. I don't really miss him. He wasn't very nice. He often forgot to get me food and made me leave school because he was on the run.
That's awful, but it's all in the past now.
Yeah, and I wanted to stay there. I don't ever want to talk about it again.
Pinky swear, we won't talk about it again. I wanted to give Jessica a present for her first day at my school, so I asked my mom to take me to the mall. And I picked out a beautiful red sweater for her, and I waited for her at the school gate. She was late, and I was beginning to panic. What if she decided she didn't want to go to school anymore? But thankfully, she showed up.
You thought I changed my mind, right?
Yeah, you had me a bit worried. Here, I got you something.
Oh, it's so pretty. And red's my favorite color. Thank you.
She hugged me, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. Whoa, who's this, babe? And why are you hugging that cockroach, babe? I was about to tell Nathan off, but Jessica spoke up first.
I don't know who you are, jerk, but don't talk to us again. Come on, Toby. Let's go.
Jessica fit in easily and was making new friends in no time. I was a little jealous that I didn't have her all to myself, but I was glad she was enjoying school.
Guess what I did today? I joined the track team.
That's awesome. I'm sure you'll beat everyone. I'm still trying to catch my breath from the first time I chased you.
The secret to slowing me down is to say, hey, I got cakes. I'll probably stop running and follow that person.
Having Jessica around was a dream come true, and I was just falling more in love with her. One day after school, I was looking for Jessica when I found her in the hallway with Nathan. Hey, is he bothering you? Nathan, just back off!
Whoa, calm down. He's part of the track team, and we're going to an event together.
I pulled her away to speak privately. That's Nathan. He's been a jerk to me since we were kids.
But he's my teammate, Toby. And actually, he's not that bad.
Come on, Jessica. We're running out of time. Get it? Jessica laughed out loud and walked away with him. What? It was a terrible joke. But from that day on, Nathan was always around Jessica, and it burnt my heart. Jessica was so good on the track that she was winning medals in no time. She became really popular and was always hanging out with the cool kids now. But one night in the 10th grade, I was studying for a test when she crept through my window.
Hey, Toby, I missed you.
Really? You bailed on our plans like 100 times.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. So, listen, Nathan took me out for a drive, and I completely forgot about this big math test tomorrow. Will you help me, please?
Okay. I'm studying right now, so pull up a chair.
Oh, not right now. I mean, can you help me during the test tomorrow?
You mean cheat? You know I never do that.
But I'm going to fail, Toby.
Yeah, well, that happens when you hang out with people like Nathan. Keep doing that and he'll ruin you.
If you can't help me, at least don't give me a lecture. Thanks for nothing. I'm sure Nathan will think of something.
And with that, she left. And the next day, I spotted a shy girl in our class, passing cheat sheets to Jessica and Nathan during the test. So that was Nathan's solution? Bullying other kids to help them cheat? But just then, the teacher caught the girl and took her off to the principal. And moments later, Nathan and Jessica were called out too, and then suspended for a week. I really hoped that Jessica had learned her lesson. But a week later, I found her and Nathan cornering the shy girl in the hallway. You're supposed to be one of the smartest girls in class. So how come you're so stupid? You ratted us out to the principal. You know what we do to snitches?
And can you stop crying? You got snot on your face, and it's gross.
What the heck? Jessica was a bully now? Jessica, what's wrong with you? Knock it off and leave her alone. Mind your business, nerd. I wasn't talking to you, jerk. Well, you're talking to my fist now. And then Nathan punched me. I tackled him to the ground, and we both wrestled like crazy till some teachers stopped us. And for the first time ever, I landed in detention. Jessica tried to talk to me, but I just walked past her. I completely avoided her for the next few days. But then one evening, the police arrived at our house with some news of her dad. He was really sick and was being transferred to another city for treatment right away. And he wanted to meet Jessica before he left. She wasn't answering my calls. And when I went to her house, her foster parents told me she was at Nathan's place for a party. Great. It was the last place I wanted to go, but I had to tell her. As I looked around for her, my heart suddenly dropped to my stomach. Jessica was in the corner with her arms around Nathan, and then she kissed him. Jessica, I need to talk to you. It's urgent. What are you doing here, man? You're not welcome in my house. It's not like I want to be here. Jessica, listen. I'm gonna call security.
Toby, can you please leave? I don't want you creating a scene in front of my friends.
She started walking away, and suddenly felt a wave of rage. Is that all you care about now? I thought you'd like to know that your dad is sick, and he wants you to see him before he's shifted to another prison. The loud music suddenly died as I shouted, and everyone stared at us. What? Your dad's in prison? You're some criminal's daughter? Jessica burst into tears as she ran out. Jessica, please stop. I'm sorry. She suddenly turned around and pushed me so hard I fell to the ground.
It's the one thing I ever asked you, Toby. I said I never wanted to talk about my dad, and you decided to announce it?
I didn't mean to, but I had to tell you about him, and you wouldn't listen.
I think you can't stand that I have other friends, and you just wanted to ruin that. Do you think I should be eternally grateful to you and not have a life of my own because you saved me from a dumpster?
Jessica.
Just leave me alone.
The next day at school, everyone had heard about her dad, and her friends had dropped her like a dead fly. I tried sitting next to her at lunch, but she immediately walked away. But later that day, I saw Nathan and her holding hands, and she didn't look so sad anymore. I stayed away from them and tried to focus on schoolwork. Dad asked me to start coming into his office after school to learn more about our business, and I was happy to keep myself busy. Our tech company was launching new gadgets soon, and I was quite excited to be a part of it. But a few weeks later, I woke up to really loud voices downstairs, and I went running. I found my parents watching the news, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Nathan's dad was on TV, introducing a prototype of the gadget our company had been working on. I just don't understand how our plans were leaked. My office is secure, and my home study is always locked. I just can't believe anyone working for me would betray me. This is terrible news. All our investors will be furious, and our company is going to take a huge hit. And it did. The company suffered huge losses, and there was no way to prove the theft. I went to school a week after the whole disaster, and I couldn't bear to even look at Nathan. His dad was a crook. But later that day, I was going to sit on the bleachers when I spotted Jessica yelling at him.
How could you do this? You told me those files were about some small project Toby was working on, and you'd mess up the plans to embarrass him in front of his dad. You never said it was something that could bring his parents' company down.
Okay, I lied. Boo-hoo. I didn't make you do anything. You got those files from me and then put them back. Remember? I was angry. I only wanted to humiliate Toby. You went too far. And I thought you loved me. It's not my fault you're stupid. You really thought I loved you? Daughter of a felon? Jessica, you did this? I couldn't believe it. The girl I loved was responsible for our ruin.
Toby, please wait. He lied to me. I didn't know what he was doing. I just wanted to mess with you because I was upset. I'd never hurt your parents.
Don't ever speak to me again. All I've done since I met you is love you. And you stabbed me in the back.
Wait, you love me?
Not anymore. Now I wish I'd never met you. The next few days at school, she didn't show up, and I didn't care. One day I was in my room when Mom came in.
Honey, we went to Jessica's foster home, and they told us she ran away. I'm so sorry.
Whatever. Good riddance.
Toby, that's unkind.
Mom, you still think she deserves kindness? After what she did?
I'm sure she got manipulated by that boy. Remember? She had a rough past, and maybe she was just trying to fit in and be loved. I know what she did was awful, but she was a good girl, and I hope she's okay.
Mom's attitude made me feel ashamed of myself, and I soon started regretting the things I said. But I couldn't take it back because Jessica had vanished. But in a shocking turn of events, an employee from Nathan's dad's company came forward with proof that the product had been stolen from us. They had to pay millions in damages, while his dad served time in prison. The family moved away, and I never saw Nathan again. High school passed fast enough, and after graduating from university, I joined Dad's company and helped build it to newer heights. But one day, I was at a shopping mall when I caught sight of a girl who looked like Jessica. My heart was pounding as I ran after her. But by the time I got outside, she was nowhere to be seen.
Toby, is that you?
Oh my God, Jessica, I've always wondered what I'd do if I ever saw you again. I don't even know what to say, except that I'm so happy you're okay.
Toby, I've thought of this meeting a million times too, and I really need to say that I'm so sorry. I was so stupid, and I knew even then that you'd never hurt me on purpose, but I ended up hurting you and your family so much. I left because I couldn't face you guys anymore. Please say you'll forgive me.
I hugged her, and we sat on a bench and talked. After she'd ran away, she ended up in a foster home again, and they got adopted by some really nice people, and I was so glad her life hadn't been miserable. As I loaded her groceries in her car, I spotted something in her back seat. It was the red sweater I'd given her in the 8th grade. Jessica, do you think I can call you sometime and ask you out on a date? I wanted to since forever.
You can ask me right now, and my answer is yes.
Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm from Rochester, New York. Please like and subscribe. You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him. And that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else. Not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg. Lucky you. You just won a tuition discount from Dad. I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, Beaut.
Bees. It has bees.
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was going to kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up. And finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that.
I
It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in, and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course. You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next. But just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that for a moment, I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice, Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not, horrible. name?
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, pigmatitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect, but believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom. Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camilo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camilo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem. Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camilo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't going to give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camilo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camilo, I wrote you a poem.
Oh, okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camilo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me. And he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me. And after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camilo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camilo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camilo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camilo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon. Moon?
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What, did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on. What do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice.
Thanks. I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors, too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now. Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on, then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camillo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camillo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camillo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camillo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camillo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax, what is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous? Okay, I admit it. I was scared. But you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doovie. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid, Cupid, Cupid!
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some 8-legged roommates. But I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine.
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it. In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my God! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of the story. Now relax. I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best. No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey, Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. I mean, iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Quan and Camillo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camillo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Quan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh?
Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camillo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camillo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camillo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camillo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys. I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers? Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start. She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my God, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we 3 reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks. We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe? What are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy. Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem, but yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy, was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me, since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around? Is that ice cream? Give me it. Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me. Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you. And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow. This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either. And then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police. But even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken good-loving kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him? What? I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door. You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure. No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying! Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you! All of you!
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him, and as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad. How is he? He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food.
The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glow.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare. Juicy and tender. Wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal. To my tongue.
Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
This tastes like my childhood and my 20-second divorce healing at the same time.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes. Restaurant hopping. Food festivals. Cooking show marathon. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the walls. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. A student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the life that ends you, where the story's changing and the leave you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of a story, turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili sets the soul alight. But nothing could have prepared my tongue for what came next. Flying to the other side of the world just to try this steak was totally worth it. Medium rare. Juicy and tender, garlic butter glaze, flame-kissed edges. The scent alone levitates my soul to heaven, like it was invited to have lunch with the beautiful angels up above. Okay, here comes the love of my tongue's life. Oh my Gordon freaking Ramsay! My taste buds were twerking like it was a Friday night. It's savory, juicy, yummy, steak-tacular. It wasn't just a steak. It was a 5-star marriage proposal to my tongue.
Goodness gracious, lady, get a room. Oh God, she's either possessed or just really, really starving.
I was still mid-foodgasm, letting every bite baptize the very depths of my taste buds when the haters around started mumbling. Did I care? Not one juicy crumb. I had my priorities, and it was to finish this masterpiece.
It seems like you've been thoroughly enjoying our food, milady.
Oregano.
I finally opened my eyes and came face to face with the handsome chef. Oh, I practically proposed to the steak. Weren't you watching me, Mr. Chef?
I was, and now I'm wondering, should I be jealous of the steak?
Oregano.
Okay, that was my cue to leave before I started flirting back and accidentally dated this man over medium rare beef. I came here for the food. Just the food. Not the flirty chefs with dangerous dimples.
Oregano.
My life was basically all about food. Eating and tasting dishes, restaurant hopping, food festivals, cooking show marathons, experimenting in my family's restaurant kitchen. Just name it. But here's the thing. I have golden taste buds, and they never lie. So the question is, will your dish make me scream and lose my voice, or spit it out in disgust and hate you for the rest of my life? Some boys at school have made it their life's mission to get option A. And I wasn't complaining. It was literally free food and a little ego boost.
Try mine first, Taffy. My mom helped cut the onions and boil the eggs.
Forget that, peasant. This is from a 5,000-star Michelin restaurant. It cost me 10 kidneys.
Mine's completely and personally handmade. Took me a month to make this, but don't worry, it's not rotting yet.
My mouth and soul were ready, but my brain was totally overwhelmed. Just then, my bestie Jules swooped in with his imaginary cape fluttering.
Excuse me. Take it easy, gentlemen. Form an orderly line if you wish for Queen Taffy to bless your humble dishes with her divine taste buds. If your food makes her moan louder than a K-drama kiss scene, congrats! You win a date after class, but only for 60 minutes. No extensions, no exceptions.
The boys went feral. What are you doing? I don't have time for boys. I just want to eat and that's it.
Oh, babe, it's time you started eating with them, not just their food.
Whatever. But let's see if one of these can make me scream. Unfortunately, every dish was a disaster. This one tastes like a zombie rat crawled out of the sewer, licked a quadruple A battery dipped in rotten mayonnaise, and fell into my mouth. What were you even thinking, dude? Next, fish and chocolate? It's bold and daring, but a total abomination. Next, please. Are you sure you ordered this from a Michelin star restaurant? Or did you accidentally grab it from a dumpster behind one? Suddenly, I felt it again. That weird, stabby vibe that hits me every time I chew. I turned my head, already knowing the source. And there he was. Gavin. The silent, brooding window guy. I always caught him glaring at me as if I just ate his pet goldfish. Maybe the bowl, too. And whenever I confronted him about it, he'd just roll his eyes at me. Like, seriously, did I eat his precious lunch in a past life or what? He was insanely annoying. It was even worse because he's stupidly attractive. Ugh! Why do hot guys always have to have the worst attitudes? I was so ready to snap at him when Nicholas, the handsome French student, stepped forward holding a steaming ornate box.
Mademoiselle Taffy, is the taster still open?
Depends. What's in the box, Frenchie?
Something très spécial, made especially for you.
I took a bite, and fireworks started exploding around me instantly. Sweet gravy heavens! This is criminally delicious!
Oh, I knew it. His dish looks as perfect as he is. So, do we have a winner now?
Did you hear me scream? No, right? Because it's missing something.
Are you implying my dish isn't perfect?
It's really good, but it needs a little more kick. Maybe some spice, some crunch, some little twist, something to surprise me. Right now, it's just giving something, but not everything.
You'll regret this, woman.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. I said I'll do better next time, just to hear that sweet scream of yours, mademoiselle.
We'll see about that then, buddy. There was only one place that had ever made me scream so loud I lost my voice. The MSU cafeteria. I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food. The cozy, stylish ambience was just a bonus. And you know what was more interesting? Behind those lunch ladies hides a secret cooking legend. A masked mystery chef, whipping up dishes so good they'll make you cry in 1,000 different languages. The texture, the crunch, the glaze, the magic.
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
She's just a freaking freshman, but she freaking acts like she freaking owns this freaking cafeteria every freaking day. So freaking annoying.
I freaking know, right?
Girl, you're moaning like a feral sexy cat in heat. Tone it down, or those freaking girlies will start complaining again.
Those freaking haters can choke. I only listen to flavor, not jealousy. It had been 6 months since we started at MSU, and I still hadn't made any new friends. Just Jules, my ride or die since diapers, now slaying here in MSU on a fashion scholarship like he owned the runway.
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you. Oh, wait. Are you getting tired of me?
Tired? Never, babe. But let's say I get kidnapped by a cute guy in Milan. What's gonna happen to you then?
Are you sure he's the one who'll kidnap you, or is it the other way around?
Excuse me, Miss Ma'am. That's a bit rude.
Just then my phone buzzed. It was from my older sister Tanya, and my heart leapt when I saw the word emergency. I zoomed out of the school and headed straight to our family restaurant without wasting a second. What's going on?
Taffy! Oh, the mayor's here with the whole table of business tycoons, and they asked for a special twist on our signature steak. I tried tweaking the sauce, but the flavor's flat. Oh, something's off. I've added, adjusted, prayed. Nothing's working. If we mess this up, we'll be trending for all the wrong reasons, and Dad's gonna kill me.
Breathe, okay? Let me see. Too much soy, not enough soul. All right, everyone, I got this. I swung the spice rack open and started working my magic. 2 pinches of smoked paprika, 1 drizzle of honey, a splash of aged balsamic vinegar for depth, a whisper of garlic, not chopped, grated, 2 drops of lemon juice for a little spark, and a dash of espresso powder. Now, try it. Tanya took a bite. Her eyes went as wide as the earth itself.
Oh,
quickly clapped a hand over her mouth before she could scream and alarm the entire restaurant. Now go serve that magic to your VVIPs.
Oh, you're a lifesaver, sissy, as always.
I assisted her as she served it herself to the VIP table. The mayor took one bite and started crying.
This tastes like my childhood and my 22nd divorce healing at the same time.
I need a moment. This steak just forgave me for all of my sins.
Your food is divine. You should expand this place. Branch out, and you'll have my full support.
That sounds tempting, sir. Thank you. But we actually prefer to stay small, family style.
Our restaurant had been around since the 1900s. No branches, no fusion. Because for us, it was never about the money. It was about legacy. And okay, maybe we were also deathly afraid someone would steal my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandma's top secret recipe for our signature dishes. I felt like a hero today. So I threw myself a mini feast in my bedroom as soon as I got home. Half an hour later, Jules barged in and was immediately intrigued by all the food around me.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love? Wait, no. Not enough sugar. You're just really happy. Like, I just saved the whole world moment kinda happy.
My mood was always connected to the food I ate, and Jules had basically mastered the art of reading me like a menu. I just saved the restaurant from going down in flames and made the mayor cry.
The mayor himself? Oh my god, that sounds so dramatic and I love it! Now pass me those fries and start spilling me the deets.
Jules listened to my story with sparkly eyes and the biggest proud smile on his face.
Your restaurant's gonna be in amazing hands once you take over someday. You know that, right?
You really think so?
Taffy, please. That's not even a question. Now get up. You're trying on my new designs tonight.
I was basically his personal doll at this point. We spent the rest of the night turning my room into a mini runway, me twirling around in his freshly sewn outfits, and I was loving it. While I was walking down the hallway, a girl suddenly bumped into me, and a pile of books crashed to the floor.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally on me. I wasn't looking. I remembered her during the freshman orientation because she had this pretty, innocent face. I crouched down to help her and noticed every single book was a cookbook or a recipe guide. You're into food too?
Kinda. I mean, yeah, I guess. Just prepping for something.
Prepping for what?
Oh, the cooking club. They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
Finally! A club that was made for me! No way! Girl, you just made my day! I'm Taffy, by the way. You are?
Jillian.
Well, see you around then. Future club mate?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure I'll make it in.
The hesitation in her eyes caught my attention. I wanted to ask more, but before I could, someone called out her name and she hurried off. And just like that, my curiosity was hooked. So I immediately told Jules about it.
Congrats on finally making a new friend.
Please, I think she's way too shy for my energy. But guess what? I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, it's about cooking food, not just inhaling and eating it. You're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. Of course I can cook too.
Last time you actually tried to do it yourself, I almost died.
I just accidentally grabbed the salt instead of the sugar.
It was baking powder.
Okay, whatever. This time I'm serious. The Culinary Society could help me hone my skills. Plus, it's great prep for restaurant management.
Or you just want to try everyone else's dishes.
That too. The auditorium buzzed with freshman students the next day, all cramming in for the big announcement. I scanned the room and spotted Jillian in the corner, nervously biting her nails like they were snacks. I slid into the seat beside her. She looked so relieved it was kind of cute.
Hey, you're here.
Of course. Was that Gavin? What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills? My curious thoughts were cut off as the president of the Culinary Society finally stepped up to the mic and started the announcement.
Welcome, aspiring chefs. The Culinary Society is now officially open. This program aims to discover hidden culinary talent. Those who pass the initiation will receive a sponsorship. It's all about the guidance, support, and even funding to grow your skills. The club's goal is simple. It's to discover you. With the right sponsor, Your talent can be developed and taken further.
I then felt Jillian trembling beside me.
I really need to get in, no matter what.
Hey, we're gonna make it, both of us. No plan B, no backing out, got it? I smiled as she gave me a tiny nod.
The initiation will last 3 days, and the judges will be the senior members of the club.
Just then the student council president stepped forward. This guy looked like he had walked straight out of a rule book. Dead serious and probably hasn't smiled once since birth.
Tomorrow's challenge is a written exam, so study hard. The second and third challenges will be surprise practical tests. Exam venue and time will be posted shortly. You may now return to your classes.
Holy spicy sauce explosion. This is going to be amazing. My foodie heart was on fire. I glanced back at Gavin, only to find him already looking at me. Of course he was glaring again. Seriously, what was his deal? The glaring, the eye-rolling, the mysterious brooding energy. It was driving me nuts. So on the way back to class, I finally snapped and cornered him. Hey, got a second? He didn't even respond, just rolled his eyes at me as always. Are you joining the club just to roll your eyes at me every 5 minutes? Or do you actually cook?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
Seriously, why are you so mad at me? What did I ever do to you?
You exist. That's enough. Now, get out of my face.
Unbelievable! This guy clearly didn't know who he was dealing with. That night, I studied like my life depended on it. Notes in one hand, spicy instant ramen in the other. Then came the written exam day, and everyone looked so tense. But for me, it was easy peasy mac and cheesy. I was the first one to finish the test, so I stood up with a proud smile. Till I saw Gavin, already done and standing. Before me? After submitting his papers, he turned to me and scoffed before walking off like he owned the place. The audacity! The next morning, I dragged Jules with me to check the results. Out of 100 applicants, only half made it, and I nearly choked on my gummy bears when I didn't see my name at the top. Second place? Wait, who's first? I leaned in and gasped when I saw the name.
Gavin? Like Gavin, the cute and brooding window guy? He cooks?
No, there's no way. That's probably a different Gavin. But then the crowd parted, and speaking of the devil...
Excuse me. Oh, look. It's me on top. The one and only Gavin.
When he turned to me and smirked.
Oh my god, he's so hot. Like hotter than a steak on a grill.
Jules was right, to be honest. But I shouldn't be distracted right now. Can we focus on his evil smirk, please? He's literally challenging me.
I think that's officially a war declaration, babe. This is gonna be extra interesting.
That jerk better be ready, because I'm gonna crush him big time. Second challenge finally came. We had to cook a chicken-based dish, in pairs. My eyes immediately landed on my mortal enemy, who was casually tying his apron like he was the master chef, and the sight was such a sore to my eyes. I was about to hunt Jillian down when someone suddenly blocked my way. Nicholas! He was here too? How did I not notice him last time?
Ah, mademoiselle, fate brings you back to me. I'm still wounded from you turning down my masterpiece last time, you know? Team up with me, and if we win, you owe me a dinner date. Fair trade, no?
I was about to reject him, but then my cinnamon roll savior appeared.
Hey, Taffy. I was wondering if maybe we could...
Oh, here comes my lovely partner. Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time?
Ah, très bien. No hard feelings.
At least Nicholas was always classy about rejection. Congratulations on passing the written exams.
Thanks. I had been preparing for that way before I got here at MSU.
Oh, you're really into this, huh? All right, girl. Let's do this. You cook, I supervise.
We're not doing it together?
Of course we are. I'll be guiding you.
So, what are we making?
Let's go with crispy garlic honey chicken with mango salsa.
That sounds fancy. Okay.
We had exactly 1 hour. Jillian got to work while I hovered nearby, supervising like a resident chef. But my eyes kept drifting to Gavin. He looked calm and focused, like he belonged in a commercial for knife, while his partner looked so lost. The fact that he was also into cooking made him even more annoying. A few minutes later, Jillian finally threw her hands up and beamed.
All right, done.
Ooh, let me taste. I took a confident bite, only to gag and nearly scream in disgust. I tossed the dish and everything else into the trash. and it landed dangerously close to Gavin's station. He hissed like a cat that had just got misted. Oh, gosh, girl, what happened to the chicken meat? Did you marinate it in mud and ask an old goat with horrible breath to spit on it or what?
But I just followed everything you said.
Jillian looked like she was on the verge of tears, so I took a breath to calm myself down. It's okay, my love. We've still got 20 minutes. We're gonna fix this. This time, I rolled up my sleeves and took over. Just as the final bell rang, we slammed our dish down and handed it to the judges, who actually liked it. As expected, we passed, and we're now qualified for the final challenge. But when I looked at Jillian, she didn't look happy at all.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
Oh, come on, girl. It was my fault, too. I made you do most of the work. It was supposed to be a team effort. You know what? Let's practice after hours. Together.
Is that okay with you?
Of course. We then snuck into the kitchen later that day. A few other students were there, too, including Gavin, of course. For the sake of my sanity, I ignored his brooding presence and locked in on Jillian. This girl needed serious kitchen rehab. She was way too clumsy to be left alone with fire, knives, or even a blender. Honestly, if someone didn't supervise her, she'd either blow up the kitchen or food poison someone. Or both. She tried dish after dish, and I sacrificed my precious tongue for each one. Is this supposed to be a hard-boiled egg or a charcoal? The oil is separating from your sauce. Did you forget to stir, or did it walk out on its own? Your rice is crunchy. Were you trying to make popcorn? Then came her meat dish. Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
Soon we had a mountain of failed dishes in the trash. While we were about to try one last dish, Gavin suddenly stormed over, looking like an offended bull.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Huh? Why are you acting like you bought all of this? Are you the official supplier of this school now?
Thank God I'm not.
Look, I'm just helping an aspiring chef chase her dreams. Failures happen. It's called trial and error. Look it up. He rolled his eyes, so I rolled mine harder. What is your problem with me anyway? Just because you're attractive doesn't mean you get a pass for being a total jerk.
And I don't care if you're attractive either. I just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
Before I could finally explode, Jillian slid in.
Wait, did I just hear you both call each other attractive? Why don't you just date each other instead of arguing every 5 seconds?
You must be having some auditory hallucinations. I'd rather hug a giant, rotten cactus than date this brat.
He really hated me that much, huh? I hoped I'd never see his stupid smug face ever again. Unfortunately, we were in the same class. And worse, we still had one final challenge in the club initiation left. The announcement came sooner than expected, and the venue was deep in the woods. As soon as we got there, all our phones and stuff were confiscated. Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity. There were only about 15 of us left, and that included Nicholas, who wouldn't stop staring at me like I owed him money.
Lovely to see you here, mademoiselle. If we both make it in, you owe me a date, remember?
Since when did I agree to that?
Since the day you insulted my masterpiece.
But I gave constructive criticism.
Of course. That's why I've made it my life mission to make you cry. The next time you taste my dish.
Okay, but why did that sound like a low-key threat? Our conversation got totally cut off when the club president finally stepped up for the announcement.
Your final test will challenge your creativity, resourcefulness, and pure culinary courage. So here are the rules. You're not allowed to help each other. You can't bring anything from home. And we're not giving you anything either. You can only use whatever you find in the woods.
Ugh, this is going to be harder than I thought. I didn't even know how to start a fire, or cut stuff without a knife, or build a stove out of sticks. I was meant to taste food, not cook in the wilderness. My brain wasn't braining for this.
Prepare your dish by 7 p.m. in the assembly hall, and your fate will depend on a surprise judge. Good luck.
A surprise judge? Crazy. I turned to Jillian, who was one chopped onion away from crying, so I gave her a quick pep talk before the challenge officially started. First things first, I had to find something, anything, to chop stuff on. So I kicked a tree stump. It was too moldy. I picked up a flat rock, but it was too spiny. I almost grabbed a squirrel as well, but it was too alive. Just when I was about to give up, I spotted it. A big, flat piece of bark lying under a tree. You're my chopping board now. Next, I needed something to cook and serve the food. I searched around like a hungry raccoon on a mission, and then, bingo! I found an old tin can that could work as a pot, and some giant leaves that looked perfect for plates. Now for the utensils. It took me several minutes to find a rock knife, a stick spatula, and a shell spoon. Finally, the ingredients. Good thing I knew a bunch of wild plants thanks to my grandma and her obsession with tea. Let's get those herbs and spices, baby. I continued walking around until I reached the riverbank. I leaned down to grab a leaf, then my foot slipped on some mud.
So, you're not just a brat and a snob. You're clumsy too.
Do you really have to insult me? I didn't ask for your help anyway.
Fine. Then I'll take it back.
Wait, what? Ugh, ew, get off me, tall boy.
Huh? You're the one who hugged me like I was a pillow.
I ignored him and stomped off like I was totally fine, except I wasn't. Because why the heck did I blush? Oh, no, bad hormones, bad. Focus, Taffy, focus. Half an hour later, I'd gathered enough herbs to open a mini forest restaurant. Now it was time for the protein. But the problem was, I can't fish and hunt. I can't even catch something still. So I did what any desperate girl would do. Target acquired. Eggs. Sorry, Bird Mom. Finally, it was time to build a fire. Tried. I really tried. But at this point, I was basically just bullying those sticks. Just then, I heard some chopping noises nearby. I walked closer to take a peek and realized that it was Rabbit. What? Shirtless! I think my brain just short-circuited at the sight of those magnificent abs. Before I could stop myself, a weird squeaky sound escaped my mouth. I was busted!
Are you stalking me?
What? No, I was just peacefully trying to cook in my spot over there, and then I heard something, and obviously I had to check it out.
Sure.
Why are you even shirtless?
Why? Does it bother you?
Yeah, it's too indecent.
Then find another spot? I was here first. You're the one who somehow set up your camp near mine.
I was so furious. I huffed and stormed back to my sad little fire pit. I snatched up all my stuff and stomped off to find a new cooking spot, way further from him. I threw all my rage into rubbing those stupid sticks together like my life depended on it. And after what felt like 500 years, a tiny, weak little flame finally popped up. Yes! Wait! No! It suddenly started raining! Are you kidding me right now? I grabbed my stuff, and as I dashed through the rain towards the nearest cover, I spotted Gavin running toward the same place from the other side. We both reached the shade at the same time, soaked and panting.
Wow. So the brat can run, huh?
What do you think of me? A corn dog?
What?
Before either of us could say anything else, a soft sob broke through the sound of the rain. We both turned toward it and saw Jillian. She was soaking wet and crying. Jillian? What's wrong, girl? Are you okay?
My family doesn't have much, and this was my only chance. But I think I'm too stupid for this, Taffy.
As I comforted her, Gavin sat down next to her, pulled a small dry cloth from his bag and handed it to her gently. No attitude, no sarcasm, and he looked so soft like that, like a totally different guy. Ugh. He hated how my heart noticed.
Thanks, Gavin.
To break the tension, I changed the topic to food and cooking, and somehow it worked. Jillian started to relax and even smiled a little.
How about you, Gavin? Why do you love cooking?
My ears perked up at her question. Gavin didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared out at the rain, silent, like he was watching a memory unfold in the distance.
Tragedy struck me since I could remember, and I was homeless for a long time. Park benches, cardboard blankets, cold nights when I thought I wouldn't wake up, scavenging for even ketchup packets just to trick my stomach into thinking I'd eat it. One night, I saw this couple fighting outside a fancy restaurant. They were screaming, throwing words and insults, and then the guy just tossed their untouched takeout into the trash like it meant nothing. I hadn't eaten in days. I was dizzy, shaking.
If you're gonna fight, fine, but don't waste good food.
The guy looked at me like I was dirt.
Then go ahead and eat it if you care that much.
I didn't hesitate. Right there on the wet pavement, I sat down and ate every bite like it was a 5-star meal. I remember whispering, "They're fools. They don't even know what heaven tastes like." But I didn't realize the owner of the restaurant had been watching. He came out. No judgment, no pity. Just asked if I wanted a job and a place to stay. That's how it started. That tiny kitchen saved my life. But also, I found passion. But the rest of the staff, they didn't see me as one of them. Just a stray they took in. A charity case with no pedigree, no past. I worked twice as hard to prove I deserved to be there. And I came to MSU to prove that I belong in the kitchen, to find a sponsor who actually believes in what I can do. You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice? Just hate arrogant food snobs who love to waste food. You don't deserve a spot in the club.
I gasped as my eyes flew open. I almost screamed when I realized that I had actually fallen asleep on Gavin's shoulder. Oh, to make it worse, I drooled on his shirt. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Relax, it's just drool. Unless you care about what I think.
Duh, no, absolutely not. Just then I realized it was getting dark already. Oh my gosh, what time is it? I haven't even started cooking. And where's Jillian?
Chill. We've still got an hour and a half before 7. And Jillian's over there. She already got started.
Apparently, she had already built her own campfire and was cooking over it like a master chef. Gavin and I then rushed back to our spots, and this time it was extra serious. I no longer just wanted to pass the test. I wanted to make something real. After finishing my dish, I rushed back to the assembly hall. Everyone was already there and their dishes looked so yummy. The whole room smelled like a 5-star buffet. Just then I noticed that Jillian wasn't here yet. I glanced at Gavin and he looked worried too. Come on, girl, where are you? Soon there were only 5 minutes left and panic started creeping in. Just when I was about to bolt out the door to look for her, she finally appeared, holding a steaming plate with the most unique-looking fish dish I'd ever seen. What took you so long? You got me so worried.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure everything was perfect.
Before I could respond, the lights dimmed, and the club president stepped up to the stage.
And now, for your final judge, a true master of flavor, the one, the only.
The masked cafeteria chef. The legend behind the lunch trays. Y'all lined up in front of him, clutching our plates like newborn babies. He was just sitting at the table, silently tasting each dish one by one, but his presence commanded attention. Then it was my turn.
Interesting. Most people played safe with eggs, but you took a risk. The texture's playful, the flavor's daring, and this sauce, it's bold, defiant, and unforgettable. Just like you.
I nearly passed out from happiness, or hunger, or his dangerously calm voice. Then came Jillian's turn. There was a long pause before he finally spoke.
This is not perfect, but passionate. I like it.
Oh, Jillian was finally able to breathe. The judging ended. Then came the moment we'd all been sweating for. The announcement of the top 10. The official new members of the Culinary Society. As expected, Gavin and I made the list. My name flashed on the screen and I nearly screamed. Then, the final spot. Jillian was trembling as she gripped my hand. We all held our breath.
And the last spot goes to Jillian.
She instantly burst into tears. As we celebrated, I noticed someone storming out of the venue looking furious. Nicholas! Wait, he didn't make it? That actually surprised me. As the winners celebrated, Gavin then strolled over to us, holding his plate like a trophy.
Well, well. Looks like we all made it. Want to try my dish?
Taffy, you have to try this.
Careful. She might scream loud enough to summon the forest spirits.
Oh, please. My golden tongue has standards.
Oh, I know. That's why I strategically kept my masterpieces far away from you.
Strategically?
Yes. I knew the moment you tasted my food, you'd scream your lungs out and fall hopelessly in love.
I'm gonna throw this plate at your face.
But not before you taste it.
Fine. One bite. I took a bite and instantly exploded. Oh my freaking goodness! This is... In the middle of my foodgasm, I saw him smirking, so I immediately stopped myself from praising his dish.
I knew it. One bite and there goes your dignity.
Shut up! He kept teasing me all the way home on the bus. But of course I had to stay strong for my pride. I will never admit it, ever. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop thinking about him and his cooking skills that night, so I stuffed my face with sugar to distract myself. That was when Jules barged into my room.
Girl, why are you blushing and inhaling candy like you just caught feelings? Are you in love or something?
I'm not blushing, and no, I'm not in love.
Got it, miss. Totally not in love. Anyway, why is your voice all scratchy?
He was never finding out my voice died because of Gavin's food. He'd never let me live it down. It's the rain. My vocal cords got water damage.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
The next day at school, my voice was completely gone. Jules wouldn't let it go.
Are you sure it was because of the rain and not because of screaming over a certain someone's cooking?
I glared at him in silence. Just then, because the universe hates me, Gavin walked by looking extra smug, like his ego had its own stupid fan club. Oh no, please. Not now. Don't say it. Don't.
Lost your voice, huh? Told you my dish was too good.
Jules nearly choked from laughing. Since then, things just got weird. Gavin and I started getting closer. Before, he used to glare at me all the time. But now, that glare was replaced with a stupid little grin that made my brain malfunction every time. Like that time in the hallway when I opened my locker and a sticky note fell out.
Try not to scream over my food next time. Gee.
I looked around, and of course, there he was, leaning against the wall with that grin. Ugh, so annoying. During lunch, he started joining us at our table, like he was officially part of our squad.
Relax. I'm here for the food, not you.
And worse, Jules literally saved him a seat every freaking day.
Aw, why do you always walk in like it's a K-drama entrance? My heart can't take this.
Nowadays, I just find myself finishing all my food. Clean plate and no crumbs, even if the dish wasn't perfect. And of course, he had a comment about it.
The trash bin must be lonely without all the food you used to waste. Seriously, who kidnapped old you?
People change, duh. And I didn't do it because of you.
Mm-hmm. Sure you didn't.
Can you two stop? I'm getting secondhand butterflies.
Shut up. And because of him, the kitchen feels weird now. Am I too conscious of Gavin? He's still him, the broody, annoyingly talented chef in the making. Lately, he's been working way too close to my station, offering help I didn't ask for, smirking whenever I refuse like he's deliberately trying to make me skittish. Ugh.
Your knife grip's a little stiff.
Don't sneak up on people! Holy broccoli, why is he standing too close?
I wasn't sneaking, just helping.
I turned back to the cutting board, trying not to imagine how good his voice sounded that close. Tappy, focus, knife, chop, chop, scallions, not his stupid smirk. You really don't have to hover. I'm not gonna murder the soup.
I wasn't worried about the soup.
My heart skipped. What was that supposed to mean? Jeez, are you just gonna stand there and silently judge me all afternoon?
Just observing. You're interesting when you're flustered.
What? What? I'm not flustered. Oh!
Careful now. I bite.
I pushed away too fast and nearly slipped again. What? That was... You were just in the way. Gavin finally stepped back. He looked way too satisfied.
I'll try to be more in the way next time.
Then he walked past me, as if to tease me more, and my back went straight. I could still feel his heat in the air.
That's spicy right there.
Oh, what are you even doing here?
Rude, but I forgive you. I nearly melted watching you two. The tension, Michelin star level.
I groaned, trying to will my face not to combust.
But girlie, sorry to pour cold water on your sizzling enemies to maybe lover's arc, but your sister called me. Said there's an emergency family meeting at the restaurant.
I blinked as my stomach dropped. Emergency family meetings were never casual. Without a word, I grabbed my bag. Didn't even bother untying my apron. Just ran. Apparently, a new diner around the block had been copying our menu and signature dishes. And it had been a week since our sales had gone down to dangerous levels, as in going bankrupt. I went to check on it and got the shock of my life when I saw who one of the chefs was. Nicholas!
Ah, pleasure to see you here, mademoiselle. Our family decided to branch out and try a new location. This spot is perfect. Is it not?
Everything on your menu is exactly like ours. This is illegal. You copied ours.
If we copied yours, then why do most people flock to ours and keep saying that ours is more delicious and better?
His weird behavior ever since I rejected him suddenly made sense now. Is this what you meant by wanting to see me cry?
That's what you get for insulting my masterpiece. Now go cry and run back to your little kitchen.
The audacity! Keep it. That old recipe is all yours. I can just let my expertise do its magic and make something so good it'll make yours taste like reheated kitchen scraps. And when the tears come, make sure they don't water down your salty little ego. I then marched out of his stupid restaurant without looking back. I went back to our restaurant and saw Tanya and the rest of the staff reviewing the security footage. We all then froze when we realized that a shady-looking guy had been snapping photos of our restaurant from every angle for several days. And if that wasn't bad enough, he even disguised himself as one of our staff. They didn't just steal ideas. They cloned our entire concept and turned it into a fancier, more Instagrammable version. The audacity! We decided to temporarily close our restaurant while I cooked up some new ideas for the menu. Later that day, while brainstorming, I noticed a few hungry street kids outside. Their eyes weren't begging, they were just watching, like food was something distant, almost like a dream. I remembered Gavin and just found myself opening the door. I'm not serving anything fancy as of this moment, but if you're hungry, come in. He sat quietly as I cooked. No fancy plating, no pressure to impress, just warm food from the heart. As I watched them eat, something shifted in me. A thought came into my mind. Food isn't just about flavor or technique. It's about the connection you share with the meal. After they were done eating, I gave them some more food and a neat takeaway. Their eyes sparkled. They thanked me loudly before waving goodbye. Think about some charity project and look for some volunteers to feed those kids again. Oh my God! Gavin! You scared the carrots out of me! What are you doing here?
I overheard earlier, and I got worried. I asked your friend, and he told me everything. Well, I'm here to help you out.
I just stared at him with my heart pounding.
So,
The food waster is now feeding kids, huh?
Hey, what are you, a stalker? Gavin just shrugged and gave me that infuriatingly smug smirk. Okay, fine, I'll admit it. Your story got to me, all right? I realized food isn't just for enjoyment. It's something to be grateful for. Not everyone gets something to eat every day. Gavin's eyes lit up with something fierce and warm all at once. So hot I couldn't breathe. The air between us shifted.
I really want to kiss you right now.
What?
Say no.
I clutched his arms, the warmth of his touch sending my heart into a race, and my knees wobbled. He grinned. His intense eyes smiled.
I take that as a yes.
Then he pulled me in, and before I could blink, his lips crushed into mine. Hot, intense, sweet, and it tasted like cinnamon made from heaven. I melted. I never knew kissing the person you like is the sweetest thing ever. More than the best macaroons in the universe.
I wanna stay here with you. All that we have is just
I told you, I bite.
promise I won't leave your side. Be who you are and you'll be enough. If you're giving me your love, giving me your love. All that we have is each other now. Promise you won't leave my side. I hope who I am is enough for you. If I'm
Maybe it's the kiss. Okay, no, it was definitely the kiss that inspired this new recipe. Sweet, warm, with the right amount of spice. It lingered and was very special. Whoa, you made this look like it belongs in a 5 million-star restaurant. Thanks for helping out, Jillian. While we worked on our test dishes, we discovered her secret skill. She was amazing at plating, garnishing, and all the aesthetics.
Just don't ask me to actually cook it, like, ever.
Girl, you're now officially the queen of food catfishing, and I say that with love. Then Jules popped in while holding up a sketch pad.
Okay, if we're leveling up the food, then we're leveling up the fashion.
He flipped the sketch pad around, revealing a full lineup of brand new uniforms.
Chic, comfy, and grease stain resistant. You're welcome.
Oh my god, you made slayable uniforms?
I am an aspiring fashion icon, babe. Let me slay in peace.
We all laughed. And in that moment, I realized that this wasn't just my comeback. It was ours. And for the cherry on top, we added a tagline for our new and special dish. The dish that can make you scream. It was inspired by someone, and as expected, it was a hit. Customers were literally screaming, and their videos went viral. They kept returning to our restaurant, so we finally decided to add it to the official menu. I used to think food was just about taste and fun. Now, I knew better. Nutmeg makes soup creamier. Rosemary is steak's best friend. Basil goes with almost everything. Cinnamon brings comfort to sweet and savory alike. And chili sets the soul alight. But the most important ingredient of all is love. Love is the secret spice. You won't find it on any shelf, but it lingers in every bite, making each dish as special as it can be.
all that we have is each other now. I promise I won't leave your side. Be who you are and you'll be enough. If you're giving me your love, giving me your love. All that we have is each other now. Promise you won't leave my side.
Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room and bust a move while brushing my teeth. And of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going.
You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs.
There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me.
We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late. The answer is no, and that's final.
She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in.
Hold on, Leah. You have mail.
My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy?
I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family.
She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand. That's not a ticket. It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream.
I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set.
And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stalking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes.
Oh, Leah, we have to get these too.
I was covered with shopping bags and balancing shoe boxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's haul.
Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection.
I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress.
Now spin around. Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it.
I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me.
Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute.
I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me.
Have you been practicing?
Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner.
And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots? Oh, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend.
She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, 2 men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts.
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. They're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on? Leah, I will call you as soon as I can. Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on? Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good. They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars. We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped.
I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city.
But you said you didn't know anything about her.
Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here.
I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom. I hopped on the first train I could find. There were 1 million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings. I'm not interested in buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great Aunt Lucy. Leah? I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug, but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug. Do you know you look very sticky? I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so I didn't help you. Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton. That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you. My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him. I know. You're not missing out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother? We're family, aren't we? I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her. But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me. This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be. Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray. Oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face. And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no. I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed. New sheets. You must need new bed sheets. I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud, the rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box. Don't break it. Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be. You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom. I was wrong.
You're not like your mother at all. Okay, enough of all this. Let's go. We took a car downtown and met my mom. What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever. Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you? Okay, fine. I'll just leave. And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this? I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice. I was in debt and knew only you could convince your aunt. I'm sorry. I know I spent a little, but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer. Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina? Yes, of course. Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this. This is an impossible situation. I know I made a mistake, but I want to change. And I can't live without you, Leah. I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave. But then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was going to work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt. Leah, are you leaving too? I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman. Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay. Really? Really. I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week. Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me.
Hi, my name is Elena, and I'm from Seattle. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who used to travel from one place to another, entertaining people on the streets. And after I was born, I became part of her gang too. She'd wrap herself in bandages and dress me up in shabby clothes, and then we'd go out and put on little acts in front of people. I'd feel weird about this, but seeing Mom's face light up after getting the money from people would make me happy too.
Oh, honey, ever since you've come into my life, I've been bathing in riches. You're so lucky for me.
Mom adored me and often took me to parks and picnics, and we'd put on our little acts there too. Our life was perfect. But there was one issue. I couldn't speak. No matter how hard I tried, not even a single word would come out of my mouth. And it really upset me. Honey, you're gonna be fine. We love you just the way you are. But when I was 7, I discovered something really shocking. Like always, Mom asked me to put on an act and faint in front of an approaching bicycle one evening. But surprisingly, the man went all bonkers on us. Get the kid out of my way, you morons! OMG, what have you done to my daughter? I know people like you. Frauds. You rob innocent people like this, but I'm not gonna fall for your act. Suddenly, a crowd gathered, and Mom broke into tears, and I couldn't keep still. I got up and hugged her. Look, she's totally fine. Huh? So you want my mute daughter to die now? You heartless jerk. But the fight just got worse, and in all that chaos, I somehow let out a loud scream. Stop! Everyone turned to me. They are frauds. The girl's not mute. Catch them! Mom grabbed me and we ran from there. But when we reached our van, she looked at me suspiciously. Why didn't you tell me you could talk?
I'm the one who tricks people, but you've been tricking me this whole time?
She did what?
I had so many questions, but again, I couldn't speak. Later, she took me to a doctor, and we discovered that I was just a late speaker. And with practice, I could speak like the other kids. But my happiness was incomplete because now I knew the reality. My mom was a con artist who made fools out of people and took money from them. Come on, baby. We're getting late, and this time make sure you don't shout or scream. You're a good girl, right?
No, and I'm not going anywhere.
What? Why?
You liar. Bad.
How can you say that, honey? I had no means to raise you. That's why I got into this business, and now you're saying I'm bad? Do you know, if I stop doing this, you're gonna have to give up on so many things. All your favorite foods and trips. Can you do that? Well, maybe she really had no option, but I knew that this was wrong, and I refused to be a part of it anymore. I told her to stop with the stupid acts and get me into school, or I'd go to the police. So we shifted to Seattle, and there, Mom got me enrolled in a public school. I made tons of friends, and I was the happiest there. But then, in the 7th grade, things took a wild turn. A woman named Mrs. Miller came knocking on the door and claimed that she was my birth mom. That's rubbish. She's my daughter. The woman told us that she'd discovered some years back that I got exchanged at birth, and ever since then, she'd been looking for me. I don't believe you. You look like some fraud to me. And believe me when I say I can smell 'em.
Mom!
I know it's hard to trust me, but I'm sure you're my daughter, Elena. Please, give me a chance to prove it. But Mom pushed her out, and I felt really uneasy about this. What if she was actually telling the truth? And then a few days later, the unthinkable happened. Cops came to our house and arrested my mom.
Wait, what are you doing? My mom's innocent.
But the cops showed me CCTV footage, and it turned out Mom had robbed a bank this time, and now she was going to serve time in jail. As a result, I was sent to a foster home, and it broke my heart. It was worse than prison, and I was ready to run out of there. But then Mrs. Miller came to see me there one day. Oh, Elena, I saw everything that's happened on the news, and I didn't want to leave you alone, dear. She tried hugging me, but I pushed her away. My own mom lied to me. I wasn't going to trust some stranger now. I know you can't trust me, but I don't want you to live in such a place when your mom can take care of you. And I will get you the proof you need. Mrs. Miller kept persisting, so I agreed to get a DNA test. And just like she'd said, the results were a match. And she was indeed my birth mom. I was super shocked by this revelation. And moving in with her seemed so much better than rotting in this filthy place. So I agreed. And she took me to a palace-like house. My birth mom was frickin' rich. This is going to be your home now, sweetie. But I need you to promise me something. The girl who was switched with you, Stella, I haven't told her about any of this yet. I've loved her like my own child, and I want more time to speak with her about this, okay? I promised not to say a word about it. But as we entered, a cute little boy bumped into me, and we both fell on our butts flat. Ouch! That hurt! Hey, are you okay? I helped him up, and Mrs. Miller told me that he was my younger brother, Jeremy. And indeed, we looked so much alike. But he seemed really shy and ran away. Later during dinner, Mrs. Miller introduced me to Stella.
A distant relative? But how come I've never heard about her, Mom?
Because she lived very far away, honey. But now Elena's gonna stay with us for a while, and I want you guys to be good to her, okay?
Don't worry. I'm gonna take good care of her, and we're gonna be like besties.
Stella seemed like a very nice girl. She showed me around the house and even let me borrow some of her gorgeous dresses.
I'm having a sleepover tonight with my friends, and we're gonna have so much fun.
And she was right. It was a blast. Everyone loved me and kept complimenting me.
Your cousin is amazing, Stella. You should invite her to all our sleepovers. And I guess we won't even miss you because she's so much more fun.
Gosh, these girls were so funny and crazy. They asked me some questions about my family, and I came up with some random lies. But Stella looked a bit suspicious. The next few days were amazing. Mrs. Miller would take me out shopping, and we'd have so much fun getting to know each other. She even took me to her workplace, and I got this proud feeling knowing that she was a top lawyer in a huge firm. And soon, I wanted to be just like her. But that night when I was asleep, I heard some strange noise in my room and I saw someone going through my stuff. It was Stella. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just checking up on you. Go back to sleep.
Saying that, she rushed out of the room, but I felt really uneasy and I couldn't sleep after that, so I went downstairs to the kitchen for water. And there, I found Jeremy hiding behind the kitchen counter, binging on ice cream and cookies.
Caught you. No, please don't tell anyone I was here. I swear, I didn't eat anything. Hey, it's okay. I'm not telling anyone. Relax.
After he calmed down, I asked him what was wrong.
I binge eat when I'm nervous about anything.
What are you nervous about, Jeremy?
I always fail all my subjects and all my friends make fun of me, and we have tests coming up. It's freaking me out.
What if I helped you with your studies?
Really?
Yeah. And we can teach those nasty kids a lesson so they won't ever pick on you ever again.
You're so amazing, sis.
Saying that, he hugged me tight, and after that, I'd spend all my evenings teaching Jeremy in his room. Over time, I discovered that we had so much in common and we bonded so well together. I'm so happy to see you guys getting along, Elena.
Yeah, I've been helping him study, but I guess he's too exhausted for the day, so I'll go now.
I was leaving the room, but just then, Mrs. Miller took my hand gently. It's a good thing that I never gave up on looking for you. I'm so glad you're here, my daughter.
I'm glad too, Mom.
When I said Mom, her eyes lit up and she hugged me tight. Then a week later, I started school, and all of Stella's friends were so happy to see me there. Who's the gorgeous girl, Stella? Why don't you introduce us?
Well, I'm not sure either.
Why don't you go ask her? Saying that, she ignored me and went away with her friends. But I didn't like her being this way with me. So later that night, I went to ask her, "Hey, what's the matter? You've been acting weird lately."
"Yeah? That's because I know something's up. And you and Mom are both lying to us."
"Oh, really? Is that why you were going through my stuff the other day?"
"Don't act, Elena. Nothing you say ever matches up, and it's been so many days and no family member ever calls you. What are you hiding?"
I knew she'd figure out something was up sooner or later, but I couldn't tell her anything now, so I just left. Soon it was our birthday, and Mom decided to throw a huge party for both of us. And I got a really awesome gift for Stella, to make things up with her again.
"Hey, you look so pretty.
I got this for you, and I'm sure you're gonna love it." She opened the box, and her eyes lit up.
"I've got something even better for you that's gonna blow your mind."
I wasn't quite sure what she meant, till something terrible happened at the party. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Stella got onto the stage and grabbed the mic.
"Hey, everyone. As you all know, it's my birthday, but it's also Elena's birthday. And I've got a great surprise for her. But before that, you should all know who Elena is."
Saying that, a slideshow opened on a screen behind her, and it had pictures of my mom and all the news about her being a con artist and a robber.
"That's Elena's mom, and Elena's a fraud, just like her."
"Stella, stop this nonsense at once."
"Oh, this ain't nonsense, Mom. This is the truth. And now I want to know why you brought this street rat here and hid it from me."
"You're such a horrible person, Stella."
"Oh, do you want to cry like a little baby?"
"Stop it. Don't hurt her. She isn't the con woman's daughter. You are." Suddenly, a loud silence swept across the room.
"Have you lost it, Jeremy? What are you talking about?"
"Stop hurting Elena. She's my real sister." "No, Jeremy, stop." Stella looked at Mom with questioning eyes.
What is Jeremy saying?
Mom remained silent, and the look on Stella's face changed and she ran to her room. After that, Mom asked all the guests to leave. "Jeremy, how did you know this?"
"Once, I heard you talking on the phone about how you were looking for your daughter who got exchanged. And that night, when you came into my room, I wasn't sleeping, and I heard Elena was my real sister."
"Oh, Jeremy, but you shouldn't have said this in front of everyone. You were crying, and Stella was hurting you, so..." I immediately went up to Stella's room, but she wouldn't let anyone in. Even Mom tried talking to her, but she didn't come out of her room for a few hours, and I decided to break in through the window. But when I got there, I saw she was lying unconscious on the floor. We immediately rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she was all right, but she just passed out because of shock. Later that night, when she gained consciousness, I was right next to her.
"What are you doing? Get away from me."
"Stella, calm down. I know it's a big shock for you, and I can understand how you feel, but please, listen to me."
"I don't want to hear anything, Elena. I hate you. I'm going to lose all my family and my home because of you." You're not losing anything, okay? Mom's loved you for so long and brought you up like her own daughter. How can you even think that she'd replace you?
Elena's right, Stella. You're my daughter and my family, and you're always going to stay here with us.
But Elena's your real daughter. Isn't that why you brought her here? And now even Jeremy loves her more than me.
She is my daughter, but so are you. I love you both equally.
Yeah, I love you both equally too. I'm sorry for what I did. So, you promise you're never gonna let me go and I'll always be important to you?
I promise, honey. Suddenly, she pulled Mom in for a tight hug and I joined too.
You guys, I'm here too. Come on then. What are you waiting for?
I was just minding my own business in the convenience store when suddenly a hooded guy jumped at the cashier and pulled out a gun. Give me some cash. All of it. Now.
Everyone started to panic, except me.
I'd actually been waiting for this moment. Hey, idiot. Everyone gasped as the robber turned to me. I then walked up to him while slowly removing my jacket. It's so hot in here, don't you think?
Back off, sweetheart. I have a gun.
Not anymore. He tried to dive for it, but I immediately locked him in a tight grip and pinned him to the ground. It's jail time, baby. And that's how you catch a criminal. Hi, my name is Artemis, and I've always wanted to become a detective, just like my dad. Before I continue, MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. As the robber was being arrested, someone approached me with a proud smile on his face. My favorite police detective, Lewis. I'd met him during a Future Detective summer program for high school students last year, and we'd kept in touch.
You're really something else, kid.
Kid? He was just 5 years older than me, but he kept treating me as his little sister. And it was so annoying because I actually liked him. I learned from the best.
If you're free tonight, do you want to have dinner with me?
Would he finally confess his feelings for me? The anticipation was killing me. He took me to a romantic restaurant and my heart was racing.
I'll get to the point, Artemis. I know that you've been waiting for this moment too.
You bet I have.
We're having a big and difficult case right now, and we need your help.
Oh, I suddenly felt stupid. Tell me about it.
It's a gold smuggling case, and the suspect's name is Mr. Anderson. We need some hard evidence against him.
And how can I help exactly?
He has a son, and his name is Chase. He's a senior high school student, reckless, clumsy, and spoiled. He's looking for a female bodyguard, and she should be very attractive.
So, you want me to pose as his bodyguard while spying on Mr. Anderson, right?
Exactly. I need you to find where he's keeping all those gold bars.
Mission accepted, officer. Dad had trained me in martial arts since I was 2, and now I could finally put it to good use. Lewis prepared my fake documents for the application, and luckily, I was chosen. I was so excited about this mission, but little did I know that I was about to get involved in the biggest mess ever. I tried so hard to keep my cool when I finally met Mr. Anderson. His face literally screamed danger. I was secretly scanning my eyes around his office as we discussed the job. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. It was going to be harder than I thought.
I love my son more than anything, so do your best to protect him.
I'll make sure you won't regret hiring me, sir. He gave me a very thick portfolio of Chase, and the first thing I noticed was his face. It was very attractive. Mr. Anderson told me that Chase was waiting for me in this room, and the moment I opened it, I was caught off guard when someone suddenly jumped on me. It was him, and he looked like a scared little puppy. Is everything okay?
Take that disgusting little creature away from me.
I looked around and noticed a cockroach crawling toward us. I immediately stepped on it and crushed it to death. Don't worry, it's gone. He finally opened his eyes, and I almost dropped my jaw when we both stared at each other. He was the most handsome man that I had ever seen, and I wasn't exaggerating. Just then, he jumped away from me and cleared his throat.
I just find it really dirty, that's all. Anyway, you must be the new bodyguard.
Artemis, at your service.
Dad surely knows my type.
Do you want to make out? Do you want to die?
Playing hard to get. I like that.
I was hired to be your bodyguard, not your girlfriend, sir.
You'll still end up being one, so why waste time?
He was about to touch me, but I gave him a powerful blow that sent him flying to the wall. Are you crazy? You're being paid to protect me, not kill me. Sorry, it's just a reflex. Fix your stupid reflex or I'll tell Dad to fire you. Loud and clear, sir. I'll officially start my duty tomorrow. Have a nice night. Later that night, while everyone was sleeping, I tiptoed around the mansion and installed some spy cameras to watch Mr. Anderson's every move. I had to catch him soon and get this job over and done with. The next day at Chase's school, boys immediately flocked around me like I was a celebrity, and Chase didn't look too happy about it. Just then, he started throwing some dollar bills at them. $1,000 for each of you to back off and stop looking at my bodyguard, losers. And with that, they all closed their eyes and ran away like rats in the dark. Excuse me, sir, but why did you do that? I can take care of myself. I want you to focus on me. Those idiots will just distract you. There's no need to do that. I'm not usually distracted by stupid things. But he just ignored me and continued walking. Suddenly, he slipped on a piece of tissue paper, and before he could hit his head on the ground, I caught him in my arms. Our faces were so close, and for a moment, I felt lost in his beautiful blue eyes. Just then, a pretty girl came running and screaming, "Hubby Boo! What is the meaning of this? Are you cheating on me?" Based on his file, it must be Vanessa, his girlfriend. On reflex, I dropped Chase to the ground. This girl is my bodyguard. She was just protecting me. Oh, what a relief. I'm your one and only, always and forever. Right, Hubby Boo? She then jumped on him and started kissing him like a vacuum cleaner. Vanessa was clinging onto Chase all day and kept sticking her tongue out at me. What was her problem? Later that day, Chase suddenly dragged me into the janitor's closet. I actually don't like Vanessa. I just dated her because she's just so obsessed with me. I felt bad for her. And why are you telling me this, sir? Don't be jealous. Huh? I'm sorry, but I really don't get you. Forget it. I already broke up with her many times, and she's like an annoying leech. From now on, I want you to keep her away from me. Make sure she doesn't come near me. Copy that, sir. Later that day, I snuck into the bathroom to check the surveillance video on my phone and saw Mr. Anderson enter the mansion, and then he went straight into his room. I needed to have access there too. On my way out, I bumped into someone, Vanessa. Listen, girlie, you may look tough and all, but I'm not scared of you. I need you to stay away from my future husband, my hubby boo. Sorry, I can't do that. I'm being paid to be by his side 24/7. And besides, you have nothing to worry about. I'm not attracted to him. She burst out laughing. Chase is the most beautiful guy in the entire universe. There's no way you're not attracted to him unless you're a lesbian. OMG, are you? Do you like me instead? Maybe. I can't blame you. I'm perfect, but I'm sorry. You're not my type. That's too bad because I think I'm obsessed with you. I leaned in closer and pouted my lips for a kiss. Ew! Get away from me! My little stunt was effective because anytime Vanessa came close to Chase, I made pouty lips at her and she ran off. But I wasn't exactly celebrating. It had only been a week, but I wanted to give up already. Chase was a total pain in the butt and such a big baby. He would complain over the smallest things. One time, he was making a huge fuss about a mosquito bite. How could you not stop it from sucking my precious blood? I thought you had great reflexes. See? It's swollen. You're not gonna die from it, sir. Relax. One time, he decided to skip school just to go shopping for a new yacht. As we were walking towards the port, we bumped into some guys who looked like gangsters, and he actually knew them. It's a perfect day to break some skulls, don't you think, Chase? What do you want, Brody? Your girl. She looks like my next girlfriend. He was about to touch me, but suddenly, Chase jumped in and shoved him to the ground. Don't you dare touch her, dummy. Brody went berserk. You stupid dirtbag. He was about to punch Chase, but I was able to block his fist just in time. I'd run home to mommy if I were you. I twisted his arm and he went screaming in pain. Get her, boys. I threw a couple of my karate moves and they all fell to the ground in no time. I turned to Chase and he looked stunned.
He was still speechless, even in the car. When we got home, he just sat in front of me and stared at my face. Is there any problem, sir? You're the prettiest and coolest girl that I've ever met. Do you know that? He lifted his hand to touch my face, and I just shivered at the contact. You know what happens when you touch me, Chase. So get your hands off me before it's too late. Suddenly, his happy face turned sad as he pulled away from me. I'm sorry. I won't bother you anymore. Well, that was weird. I needed to find that secret room with the gold bars as soon as possible, before things got any weirder. But whenever I had the chance, I looked all around the mansion and found nothing. One day, Mr. Anderson had a business trip and he'd be away for a week. It was finally my chance to work on his room. After making sure everyone was asleep, I went to his room and while I was checking his drawers, I felt someone watching me from the door. Chase, what are you doing here? I was looking for you. In the drawers? I don't think I could fit in there. Oh God, I needed to distract him. And then I did the unthinkable. I walked up to him, grabbed his face, and kissed him on the lips. And worse, I kinda enjoyed it. Whoa, what was that about? I've been craving your lips. I knew it. No one could resist me, not even you. I guess you're right. Anyway, we have to sleep now. It's late. How could I, when you just kissed me? I tried getting rid of him, but he was persistent. First, he insisted we watch videos together on his favorite channel, MSA, for 2 hours. And then, he even made me sing him a lullaby to help him sleep. When he was finally asleep, I just found myself staring at his face. He actually looked like a beautiful angel. Snap out of it, idiot! The next day at school, Chase did something that gave me the shock of my life. He announced to everyone that we were dating, and Vanessa went wild. This girl is a lesbian, and I'm the one she actually likes. She's only getting back at you because she's jealous. Chase ignored her and got on his knees instead. To my surprise, he started tying up my shoelaces. Silly girl, what if you trip and hurt yourself? I then pulled him to the side and confronted him. What in the world are you doing? You like me, and I like you. So we're dating, right? Are you crazy? If your dad finds out about this, we're dead. Don't worry. He's too busy to even check up on me. From now on, I'll protect you and serve you instead, okay? I kept on refusing, but he was unstoppable. He was just around me all the time, and it was driving me crazy. All he did was stare at me 90% of the time. Could you please stop that? It's freaking me out. I could stare at you forever. You're just too pretty. I sometimes doubt if you're even real. During classes, he kept reaching for my hand just to hold it. During lunch, he would feed me and just watch me eat. He was acting like the perfect boyfriend, and I had no choice but to play along to protect my cover. Ugh, what had I gotten myself into? Later that night, I called Lewis and reported everything, including my fake relationship with Chase. I need you to stop entertaining any distractions and finish your mission ASAP. Understood? He sounded mad, and it made me feel bad. I'm sorry, I'll do better. The only place I hadn't checked yet was Mr. Anderson's bathroom, and I had to do that first thing in the morning. But I woke up to see Chase smiling at me with breakfast in bed. Good morning, my love. Eat up. I cooked it for you. The eggs looked delicious, so I decided to have a little taste. And they actually were. I didn't know you could cook. I wanted to be a chef and open my own restaurant someday, but Dad wanted me to be the next CEO of his company instead. Nothing feels better than living your dream, so stop being a loser and go for it. It's your life, not your dad's anyway. I suddenly felt bad knowing that his dad was a criminal. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard in my life. I can't help but fall for you harder each day. He sounded so real, I almost fell for it. You're pretty good with words, aren't you? I'm serious about you. To my surprise, he gave me a quick peck on the lips, and it made me blush like hell. One weekend, he insisted that I train him in boxing. When we got inside the ring, he was so hyped up. Are you sure about this? Heck yeah. But the moment I threw a single punch, he went flying like paper. I worriedly rushed up to him, but he immediately got up.
I wasn't ready, but this time, I'll show you no mercy. I decided to make him win and let him knock me out this time. You cheated. You let me win. No, I didn't. He was pouting as he sulked in the corner, and suddenly I felt bad. Fine, I cheated. I'm sorry. I'll accept your apology if you'll have a date with me. I agreed, and he took me to the park. I waited for him on the bench as he bought me ice cream. There were a couple of kids playing around, and to my surprise, he called them over and bought ice cream for all of them, and even gave the vendor a huge tip. He wasn't really that bad after all, and I just found myself smiling. Oh no, I couldn't fall for him. I had to get rid of these stupid thoughts and focus on my goal. The next day, I told Chase that I wasn't feeling well, so I couldn't go to school with him. As soon as the coast was clear, I slipped into his dad's room and went straight to the bathroom. I checked every corner and space until I saw a button underneath the sink. I pressed it, and to my surprise, the bathtub slid away, revealing a trap door beneath it. I tried all the combinations in the passcode lock until it finally opened. I went down the stairs and I couldn't believe my eyes. The room was full of gold bars. I immediately called Lewis for backup, and while I was taking some pictures, someone suddenly smacked my phone out of my hand. It was Mr. Anderson, back from his trip, and he was raging mad. You little witch. Just in time, Lewis and the police barged in and finally arrested him. As he was being escorted out, Lewis came up to me and hugged me. Good work, future detective. I'm so proud of you. You can even get rid of that little punk and hang out with me again. I miss you. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind us. So, it was all about this, huh? I turned around and my smile instantly disappeared upon seeing Chase standing by the door. The hurt look in his eyes broke my heart. Chase, let me explain. No need. Congratulations on your successful mission. I watched him walk away with tears in my eyes. I wanted to run after him, but I guess this was for the best. I didn't see him again, and he also never contacted me. I should be happy I was done with him, right? Wrong. It kept on bothering me. A lot. One day, Lewis took me out for dinner, and I was expecting him to give me another case. But he completely surprised me by saying, I like you a lot, Artemis. Will you be my girlfriend? I had been waiting for this moment. I should be happy. But why was I thinking about Chase? I'm so sorry, Lewis, but I think we're better off as friends. You like someone else, don't you? I just bowed my head down and smiled. It didn't matter now because I'd ruined his life. 2 years had passed and I was finally studying criminology at university. One day during lunch, I decided to try the new restaurant around the corner, and I was shocked to see who the chef was. Chase! It's so nice to see you here. How are you doing? I'm doing great. I took your advice and here I am. He looked even more handsome than before. I didn't know what to say. It's really good to see you, Artemis. You too. I wanted to hug him and tell him that I missed him, but I couldn't. He then excused himself and walked up to a familiar girl who had just entered the restaurant. It was Vanessa, and they were hugging sweetly. I felt so jealous. I just got up to leave. As I walked out of the restaurant, I felt someone running after me. Are you jealous? Huh? What are you talking about? Vanessa realized that she actually likes girls, and we ended up being good friends. Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. Just then, he stepped closer and held my hands. I've been in love with someone else for a long time now. I bet you know her. You're supposed to be mad at me for putting your dad in jail. I'm not. He's a criminal, so he deserves it. I'm upset because you pretended to love me. When did I say that I was just pretending? You weren't. He looked so cute as he blushed, and with that, I grabbed him by his collar and kissed him. Sorry, it's just a reflex. Let's make it a habit then.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Well, there's this one guy.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
It's just a harmless little crush. And who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
'Cause I know what a waste, what a crown, what a fuck up time.
I should have at least gotten his name. And he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
I can't stay, 'cause I know that all I know, it's time to go.
Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a check and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it! Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last. Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
For
three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches and I pretended to choke. Poison! But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive. You can always talk to me about anything, you know. I'm fine. You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two. Well, cheers for that. You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart. Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent. No doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me. Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF. Great. That's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat. Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess. What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose. This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy. I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad! Dad!
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought I might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends.
Hey, I'm Leah, and I'm so excited that I won the Me Animated giveaway on Instagram. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Alasne from a village in Brazil. Please like and subscribe. My name means miracle, and that's because Mom was totally not expecting to have me. I came into the world 10 years after my older sister Mira, and both she and my mom adored me. Since my dad left soon after I was born, Mom had to do 2 jobs to make ends meet. Growing up, Mira was always in charge of me. She was like my second mom. As a kid, I was quite short for my age, and I always got picked last for gym class. One day in 3rd grade, I'd had an awful day at school, and Mira noticed my face when she came to pick me up. What's wrong, Allie? I suck. I'm gonna be short and sad forever. You don't suck. You can be the greatest person ever, but you have to see the greatness in yourself first. You mean I can even be a short president?
Of course, lots of presidents are short, and you're still growing, love. Mira was the most beautiful girl in the village, and whenever we walked on the streets, boys would be falling over themselves to get her attention, but I was always there to save her. Mira, please marry me. Buzz off, bozo. Mira and I are gonna live together forever in our candy castles. No space for boys, right, sis? Right. Everything in our life was great until one day in 7th grade, I came home to see my mom, Mira, and some strange man in the living room. I'd never seen Mira look this happy before. Allie, I'm getting married. Wait, what? My heart stopped as I looked at the man holding her hand. You can't get married. What about me? Plus, that man is quite ugly. That's so rude. Apologize right now. You lied to me, Mira. You said we'd live together forever, and now you're leaving? I can't believe this. I stormed off to my room and wouldn't speak to Mira or Mom. I wouldn't even join in any of the wedding preparations. I knew I was making Mira sad, but I was too heartbroken to care. After the wedding, Mira got ready to leave for the big city, and I watched her from my window. When she got in the car, she turned around to look up at me and blew me a kiss. Suddenly, the car started moving, and I raced downstairs. I couldn't let her leave without hugging her goodbye, but the car turned a corner and disappeared. It was too late, and Mira was really gone. While Mom would be away at work now, I'd be alone at home after school, and I had to find a way to keep myself busy. I started writing, mostly to vent my feelings and miss Mira less, but soon I really began to enjoy it. 2 years went by, and when it was time for high school, Mom gave me some surprising news. She told me that she'd been saving up to send me to a fancy school right outside of the village. But that must be really expensive, Mom. I can manage it, don't worry. You're so smart, Allie, and I want you to have the best. A few days later, I was busy writing when I suddenly looked out the window to see a boy on a horse plucking apples from our tree without even asking. I wasn't letting him get away with this. I grabbed some eggs from the table and ran after him, flinging them straight at his head. Oh my God, are you crazy? What do you think you're doing? The boy jumped off his horse and came towards me, and I noticed that he had the most extraordinary eyes, one green and one blue. How dare you take those apples without our permission? Girl, do you have any idea who I am? You can be the Sultan of Morocco for all I care. I'm from the Carlos family. My parents practically own this village. But you don't own this apple tree, and you don't own my house, so you're stealing and trespassing, sir. The boy stared at me and then smirked. You're a little firecracker, aren't you? And you've got great aim for someone with such short arms. Before I could reply, he dropped the apples and walked off. Ugh, just wanted to punch his face with my tiny fists. But if he was telling the truth, the Carlos family did own the village, and I hoped I hadn't gotten me and Mom into trouble. A day before my new school was starting, I was beginning to feel more nervous than excited. The place would be full of rich kids, and I'd really stick out in my old clothes and shoes. But that evening, a huge package arrived at our door. I opened it, and inside was the most beautiful jacket ever. First days can be hard, but never forget how amazing you are. P.S. I'm sorry I missed Christmas again. Love, Mira. I was so happy I had something lovely to wear. Mira and I rarely talk these days because she hadn't visited once and now had a baby that always kept her busy. But I couldn't be mad at this gift. I walked into the huge school building feeling confident, and my first day was actually going great until I went to the cafeteria. I just sat down at a table when suddenly someone pushed my head straight into my food. Sorry, this table isn't for losers. As the kids around him snickered, I felt angry and speechless. I got up to leave when suddenly a boy appeared, the apple thief. Guys, you mind if I sit here? Of course not. Please, join us. Well then, my friend sits with me. He gently took my arm and led me back to the table. I played along with his act, but as soon as recess was over, I turned to him. You didn't have to do that. I can take care of myself. Oh, I know that. Look, we didn't get off to the best start, and I'd like for us to start over. So, what do you say? Friends? Okay, if you insist. Friends. His name was Julius, and he'd been studying in the city, but he had returned to the village to help his father with the family business. I started hanging out with him and thought he'd be rather spoiled, but he was actually quite sweet. And even though he was new, he was soon one of the most popular guys in school. Everyone wanted to be his friend, and they all shot me weird looks. Everybody loves Julius. You could have your own fan club. It's not me they like. It's my parents' money. They're also wondering why you're friends with the poor short girl. Why are you friends with me, man? Because you wouldn't be fake with me, even if I was the Sultan of Morocco. By the time high school was ending, Julius and I were best friends. I secretly had the biggest crush on him, but I would never say anything. I knew he'd never see me like that. One afternoon, I was walking back home after some errands when I spotted Julius in the park with this really pretty girl on his arm, and I felt my heart sink. Julius waved me over and introduced the girl as his dad's business partner, Sabrina. He asked me to join them as he showed her around, but I muttered some reply and quickly left. She was everything I could never be, and that hurt. For the next few days, Sabrina was stuck to Julius like a fly, and I made every excuse I could to avoid them. But one day when I was home alone, I heard a knock at the door and found Julius outside. Am I imagining it, or are you avoiding me? Why would I do that? I'm just busy. Busy or jealous? What? Why would I be jealous? Maybe because you have feelings for me and don't like seeing me with Sabrina? Jeez, you're so full of yourself. I don't like you, not one bit. You can marry her for all I... Just then, Julius pulled me close and kissed me. I love you, Allie. I always have, but I was never sure if you did. I do. I love you too, Julius. It felt amazing to be with Julius as his girlfriend. We graduated high school and had the best summer together. And then one day, Julius said he wanted me to meet his parents. I felt super intimidated by the idea, but it meant he was serious about me. I wore my best dress, but I still felt shabby when I reached their house. It was basically a palace, and I could just tell his parents weren't happy to see me. The dinner was going awkwardly, and in the middle I excused myself to use the bathroom. But as I got up, I crashed straight into a servant carrying in the next course, and we both landed on the floor with food all over me. Let's just get you home. He didn't even drop me off himself. He sent me back with a driver. But the next day, Julius came to see me with tears in his eyes. Allie, I am so sorry. My parents said they won't ever accept our marriage, and I think it's better if we end things now. What? Is that how you feel too, Julius? Are you ashamed of me? Of course not, but I don't have a choice right now. They'll cut me off, and I won't be able to take care of you. Listen, I'm leaving for London tonight, but I will write to you often, and I'll work hard, and when I've made something of myself, I'll come back for you, I promise. Why did the people I love the most always leave me? Allie, wait for me. I will come back for you. He kissed me and left. I cried for days, feeling heartbroken, but he had promised he'd write, and I decided not to lose hope. I waited for 2 weeks, but when I didn't get a letter, I walked over to the post office. It was a 3-hour walk back and forth, and the mailman told me he had no letter for me, but I continued visiting for a couple of months. Every time my heart sank when I heard the words, "Sorry, miss, no letter for you today." But he promised he'd write often, and I believe him. The minute I get your letter, kiddo, I'll come and deliver it as fast as I can. But since I didn't stop visiting, the mailman offered me a spare bicycle so I wouldn't have to walk so much. One day at the post office, I saw a woman get a letter, and as she held it up to read, I noticed that the handwriting looked like Julius. I rushed to her and snatched it. That's my letter! But I was so embarrassed when I read it and realized it wasn't. The woman yelled at me and called me crazy before she left. Maybe I was losing my mind. And then one day, a man read his letter outside the post office, tore it up, and threw the pieces in the air. And I just couldn't stop thinking, what if he'd gotten my letter by mistake? I fell to the ground and frantically started gathering the pieces, trying to put them together like a puzzle. Kiddo, I can't watch this anymore. You have to stop. The mailman picked me up as I sobbed and took me home on his bicycle. Mom looked really worried to see the state I was in and stayed by my side all night. A few days later, I woke up to find Mira sitting in my room. I jumped up to hug her tight, and she pulled me into her lap as I cried. Allie, I'm here to take you. You cannot continue like this. But what if he writes? Sweetie, it's been a year. It's time to let go. I was too tired to even protest. My bags were already loaded in Mira's car, and Mom kissed me goodbye, and I left the village. It took me a while to recover my health, but it cheered me up to be around Mira and my adorable niece Anna. One day as I was playing with her, Mira walked into the room holding my old notebooks. I found these in your stuff. And Allie, these stories are beautiful. You should definitely start writing again. Do it for me. And Anna, at first, I did start writing stories just for my niece. But Mira also started guiding me about writing programs I could apply to. I joined a university close to her, and by the time I graduated, I already had a novel that I soon got a publishing deal for. To my shock, the novel met with huge success instantly, and I became rich. I moved to a small apartment in the city, and I convinced Mom to come live with me. Life was good. And then one day, as I was attending a book signing event, I heard a voice that made my heart stop. "Can I have your autograph, please?" I looked up into those eyes, one green and one blue. It was Julius. I stared at him in shock, and then I felt a wave of rage. Without a word, I picked up my bag and left the event from the back exit. But he followed me. "Allie, wait. Please, just listen to me." "How dare you show up just like that? You have no right to speak to me, and I don't want you anywhere near me. Leave me alone, Julius, or I will scream for help." But he blocked my way and took something out of his coat pocket, which he shoved into my hands. "These are all my letters, Allie. I wrote to you, just like I promised. You just never got them." I stared at the letters and then started to cry. Julius led me to a bench, and as we sat down, he explained everything. "I was devastated when you never replied. I thought you'd decided to forget me and move on. And then my mom told me you'd gotten married and left the village, and I gave up completely. But a few months ago, I finally came back home because my dad died. And Allie, I found all my letters in his closet. Mom confessed that Dad had bribed and threatened the village mailman to make sure my letters never reached you. I couldn't believe that we'd gone through years of heartbreak and anger because of his evil parents. And I had been right to believe in him. I've missed you more than I can ever say." "I know exactly how that feels, Allie." And with that, he kissed me, and we held each other close for the longest time. We got married soon after, and it was the happiest day. Life with Julius was amazing, and I was so excited to have kids soon. But one evening, he came home with a really serious face. "Allie, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I can't have kids. The doctors told me a while back. I just didn't know how to tell you." I felt my world crashing down. "You knew before we got married? How could you keep something like that from me? Did you just come back into my life to hurt me?" Before he could even say anything, I left the house in tears and went straight to Mira. I told him not to contact me for a few days as I thought things through. I'm not angry because he has a problem. I'm angry because he kept it from me. I don't know if I can forgive him. Of course you can, and you will. It's Julius. After everything you've been through, you're finally together, and I guess he was just afraid to lose you. You can make this work, Allie. She was right, as usual. I went back home to find Julius standing on the balcony, and I took his hand. "Julius, we'll adopt kids, as many as we want. As long as we're together, I don't care about anything else. I love you." "Oh, Allie, I love you too."
I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid. He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间?
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera, and these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Hatham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electroelement to activate it.
What do you mean, electroelement?
Electroelement. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Hatham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Hatham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin lỗi, bang có thể chung tôi doang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Có thể...
Xin lỗi, nó ngàn con đít chỗ, chúng tôi viết đông viết vinh, hà lòng đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope. So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, my favorite. Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with a corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Hatham, is that you?
This is my true form, Elira. And my real name is Zal Hatham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool! How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kaveh and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kaveh didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense, and no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Elira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Tevat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Elira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world. Come here, boy. Bam, bam. Eat that, monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour. Comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the Maiden of Spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby? Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want. Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold. Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Could she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her now.
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter. You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, you must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal. And once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
Hi, my name is Ashley, and I live next to the worst family on earth. They're the biggest snobs ever. They drive around in the fanciest cars and clothes and look down on everyone else. And they have a son named Jack, who's an absolute troll. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you might see a shooting star tonight. When I was 6, I was playing with my favorite doll, and Jack ran up to me, snatched it out of my hands, and threw it into the street. A car ran over it and smashed it into pieces. Another day at school, Jack stole a bunch of cookies out of the cookie jar and blamed it on me. Ashley took the cookies. No, I didn't. She hid them in her desk. The teacher opened my desk and found a cookie inside. I got in huge trouble, and after school, I saw Jack on the playground stuffing his face with the stolen cookies. When Jack wasn't terrorizing me, his parents were trying to get my family kicked out of the neighborhood. Our house was the smallest on the block, and even I had to admit, it was a really ugly green. And my parents were a little weird sometimes. My dad loved to sunbathe on the front lawn, and every morning, my mom made this strange sound to call all the stray cats in the neighborhood to feed them. She'd also sing to the birds and make birdhouses all day. Our house looked like a zoo, and the neighbors hated it.
Their yard is unacceptable. It looks like an overgrown swamp.
Their house gives me a migraine every time I look at it. Mommy, my eyes hurt.
You have to do something, officer. And can someone please tell that man to put a shirt on?
Jack's parents threw fancy parties every week, but me and my family were never invited. We only lived in the neighborhood because we inherited the house from my grandfather, who used to be a famous investigative reporter. I wanted to grow up and be just like my grandfather. When I was 12, I joined the school newspaper, and when my teacher's cat, Mr. Whiskers, went missing, it took me less than 2 days to find him on the roof of the school auditorium. Though I suspected Jack had something to do with it. In high school, Jack was the richest and most popular kid. I, on the other hand, only had one friend, my cousin Bethany. Bethany moved into town a week before we started 10th grade. But Bethany was obsessed with being popular and would do anything to get Jack and his rich friends to like her. Jack's friend Sadie was the ringleader of the rich kids, and she made Jack look like a saint. Bethany adored Sadie. She'd carry Sadie and her minions' books, do their homework, and follow them around. She'd even let them copy her answers during tests. They'd smile in Bethany's face and laugh at her behind her back. Why do you let them treat you like that? They're just joking around. Those girls aren't your friends, Bethany. They're jerks.
Bethany never listened. She wanted to be popular so bad she couldn't see the truth. One day, my mother dragged me out of bed at 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning to volunteer at a soup kitchen. It's important to give back to those less fortunate. But do we have to do it so early? As I was serving food, I looked up to see a familiar face. Jack? Ashley? What are you doing here? Jack's face turned white, and he just ran out of the soup kitchen. The next day, I saw Jack at school in science class. The teacher partnered us up for a big project, and we met in the library after school. Why were you getting soup at the soup kitchen? Did you fall on your head or something? Why would I ever go to a place like that? You don't have to lie to me. I'm not lying. I'm just trying to help. No one asked you for help. The next day, Bethany and I were walking to class, and we ran into Jack in the hallway, and Jack gave me the meanest, coldest stare ever. What's up with you and Jack? I saw you two whispering in the library. Are you guys dating? Is it a secret romance? Oh, Jack's so cute and so rich. I'm so mad you didn't tell me. Jack and I aren't dating. Then what's going on? Can you keep a secret? Of course. I told Bethany about how I saw Jack at the soup kitchen and his weird behavior afterwards. But all Bethany cared about was that I had the attention of such a rich, popular boy. But I had an itch to investigate. So later that afternoon, I stopped by Jack's house to check things out. But I heard Jack's parents yelling inside. I heard someone coming, so I hid in the bushes. Then the door swung open and Jack rushed out. He darted down the street before I could say a word. Jack missed our study session the next day. Then he started missing all his classes. I started to worry, so I called and texted him, but he didn't answer. A few weeks later, I went by his house again, but when I knocked on the door, a strange woman answered. There was another family living in Jack's house. The wheels in my head started spinning. I started asking around to see if anyone knew what happened to Jack. Sadie said Jack and his family were vacationing in the south of France? Or was it the Hamptons or Tahiti? It was probably all three. Jack is so lucky. I wish I was rich. There was even talk about why he'd moved. Jack's dad bought a new mansion that's twice the size of the old one. Twice the size? He's richer than I thought. The explanation seemed reasonable, so I let it go. During summer break, I was heading home one day after running some errands when I saw a boy in an oversized hoodie playing guitar on the sidewalk. He played a sad song that was so beautiful, it made my heart sink. When the song ended, some people dropped money in the can beside him. I walked over to put in some money too, when a suspicious-looking guy crept up and snatched the boy's can. Then the thief ran toward me. Without thinking, I stuck my foot out and tripped him. Give that back, or I'll turn your face into scrambled eggs. I took a martial arts stance that I saw in a movie once. It worked, because the thief dropped the money and ran. I picked it up and turned to the boy whose hood had come off. It was Jack. Jack? Are you okay? Jack shook his head and broke down into tears. He told me that his parents broke up, then his dad sold their house, stole his mom's money, and fled the country. Now Jack and his mom were broke and living in a shelter. I felt so bad for Jack. No one deserved that, not even a rich jerk like him. So I invited Jack and his mother to my parents' house. Ashley, why is this woman in our house? They're in trouble, Mom. They need our help. Jack's mom apologized for the way she treated my parents. My parents forgave her and invited them to stay in our guest room for as long as they needed. Luckily, Bethany was away all summer with her family, so I could keep the secret. Jack and his mom were so grateful that they helped out as much as they could around the house. Jack even tried to help my dad fix a leaky faucet. That didn't turn out well, but the gesture was sweet. I tutored Jack to help him catch up on the work he'd missed at school. It was odd having Jack in my house at first, especially when I saw him walk out of the shower with a towel around his waist. A few weeks later, Jack's mom got a job and they moved out. I hated to admit it, but I missed having him around. On the last day of summer, Jack sent me a text asking me to meet him. What's all this? I wanted to thank you. It's not much, but it's the best I could do. Jack opened the basket and pulled out my favorite foods, chili dogs and Brussels sprouts. You and your family are the strangest people I've ever met. What's that supposed to mean? It's a good thing. No one's ever been so kind to me, and I love how you and your parents live your lives without caring what others think. It's inspiring. How do you do it? I don't know. It's just how I was raised.
I wish I was as strong as you. I looked at the biceps bulging out of his shirt. I think you might have me beat. School's gonna be so tough. I'm supposed to be the rich kid with the fancy car and the millionaire parents, and you're not that guy anymore. And to be honest, you were a real jerk before. I like the new you way better. Since we're being honest, I have to admit something. What? I think I have a crush on you. Really? And I'm pretty sure you have a crush on me too. Then Jack pulled me close and kissed me. We talked for hours that night, and he even played me some songs. I saw Bethany at school the next morning after summer break. Jack passed us in the hall and he winked at me, and I couldn't stop smiling. What was that? I don't know. Jack's always been weird. Then why are you blushing? I didn't tell Bethany about me and Jack. We were taking things slow. One day, Jack and I were walking home from school when Sadie and her rich friends pulled up in a fancy car. Hey, Jack, where's your ride? You're trading it in for a new one, huh? Always trying to one-up me, Jack. We all get it. You're the richest, but I'm a close second. Yeah, my new car is going to be great. It's twice as expensive as the last one. Jack, what are you doing? Ditch that loser and hang out with us. Plus, we have to decide what color we're going to wear to the winter dance. I'm not going to the winter dance with you. Then who are you going with? Tell me you're not going to take that freak instead of me. If you're referring to this amazing girl standing beside me, then yeah, I am. Sadie was pissed and drove off. I appreciate the compliment, but you can't keep lying. About what? Your father's not buying you a new car. I know that. Then why lie about it? Why not? It's not hurting anyone. The truth always comes out, no matter how hard you try to hide it. Let's talk about something else. What time should I pick you up for the dance? I think I'll pass. I'm allergic to liars. Jack and I didn't talk after that. I'd see him at school bragging to his friends about the money he didn't have, lying about the huge fancy house he just moved into, and making fun of the poor kids. He was a rich, self-centered jerk again. I couldn't believe I fell for this guy. Jack called and texted me after school, but I ignored him and binge-watched MSA videos. What's with the frown? It'll give you wrinkles. I don't get why Jack has to lie about being rich. Some people will do anything to keep up appearances. Lie, cheat, sometimes even steal. But it's not right. Of course it's not right. Doing the right thing isn't always easy. I decided to go to the dance alone. Bethany and I were supposed to go together, but she wasn't returning my calls. When I arrived at the dance, I saw Bethany hanging out with Sadie and her crew, following them around, holding their drinks. Hey, Bethany, I've been trying to reach you. Sorry, I gotta go. Bethany was acting strange. She could barely look me in the eye. Then Jack walked up to me, and before he could say a word, everyone's cell phone started going off. I looked at my phone and saw a video of Jack's mom working as a maid. You're not rich, Jack. You're a poor loser. Then all of Jack's rich friends laughed at him. And don't try to deny it. Bethany told us everything. She even made this video. It's true. Ashley told me that she saw Jack begging for food at the soup kitchen. Shut up, Bethany. No one asked you to speak. Be a good little puppy and stand over there. I felt furious at Bethany. I'm so sorry, Jack. I never meant... It's okay. It's not your fault. I should have stopped pretending a long time ago. Sadie, you're right. I'm poor, but I don't care what you or anyone else thinks of me. You've never been my real friends anyway. All you've ever cared about is my money. Well, now it's gone and it sucks. But I found something way more valuable. Then Jack took my hand. Oh, geez. If you say you've fallen in love with that freak, I'm gonna throw up. I'd had enough. I walked over to her and accidentally spilled my drink all over her dress. Oh, sorry about that. But you know, the punch does bring out your eyes. You want to get out of here? Yes, please. As Jack and I walked out the door, Bethany ran up to us. Ashley, it wasn't personal. We're still friends, right? Maybe I can fix things with you and Sadie. If you did her homework for a week, then you're pathetic, Bethany. And you deserve someone like Sadie. Jack and I left the party and went to the beach. We ate chili dogs and Brussels sprouts and danced the night away. This is nice. You know what the best part is? What? It doesn't cost a thing.
Then Jack gave me the most romantic kiss ever.